Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Monday Live, our live stream covering the news for the tabletop games that we're supporting / selling, and then everything else that's in the news, which today, of course, is MetaZoo. It's been in the news. Actually, it was
tabletop news.
It was what was it, last week? We got the news while we were on air.
I think so, yeah.
And couldn't really didn't have to formulate a response.
I mean, to be fair, I knew so little of the ongoings of MetaZoo since a couple years ago. There wouldn't have even been a response to formulate.
Yeah.
It's just like, we'll get into that
when
you're ready to get into the topic.
So, hey, glad you're here. Welcome. It's Monday. It's the best time of the week. Monday at 1 p.m. Central Time. Is that true for you, Zach?
What was the question? I was reading the comments. I can't do two things at once. I'm very bad at multitasking. What up, James Armstrong?
What's up, everybody? I said this is the best time of the week for everybody, right? All the viewers and all of us.
You know what?
Well.
Actually, so we took like a month-ish off of content in November, December, or December to January.
Yeah.
And then we had the studio down for a long time. And it was really nice to have the additional time and energy not committed to that.
Sure.
But getting back in, I value it.
Yeah. I value the live stream more than I thought I would. The actual connection, the live chat and the talking. It's a different vibe. And it's not like the most popular thing. I think YouTube doesn't like to show live streams after the fact in the feeds and stuff, but
they also don't like 3-hour content.
It's really important. It kind of fills the tanks. So it reminds you why you're here, what you're doing matters.
I mean, you're playing the games that you care about, and then you're also getting to interact with a ton of people. So yeah, it is very, it's not even just like an enjoyment. I do enjoy it, but if you go back a decade ago and you're like, hey, we're gonna do streams every week.
Sure.
I would have not been excited about that.
Yeah, but it's pretty exciting now that we're here.
Yeah.
Here's what we're going to do today. We are going to talk about MetaZoo a little bit, and it'll probably be different than anything else that you've heard about MetaZoo. I have a rundown.
That's a promise right there.
We've been trying to get caught up for the entirety of the MetaZoo history, just so we could have some kind of an opinion on it, because obviously it's in the conversation right now. It's an important thing that has relatively important thing that has happened. And want to speak to that and speak to it in a way that's maybe asking different questions. I think it's not like kind of beating the same horse over and over. Now, that said, in my desire to catch up on MetaZoo, I have stumbled upon a lot of MetaZoo is Dead content. And it has become a bit of a guilty pleasure for me. It's kind of like the below deck of the moment. It's the reality TV show that you don't want to be watching, but you're watching every episode.
What do they call it when you're driving by like a car accident and you're like, you look at it and it creates more problems?
Rubbernecking?
So it's like it's like you just can't, when something happens on this level, right?
You kind of got to look.
It's hard. And especially, so like just a little personal background on MetaZoo. It came out in like early pandemic phase.
Yeah, very early.
Yeah. And I remember I didn't back the Kickstarter, and like my first engagement personally with the game, I saw some cards and art, and my immediate thought was either this is going to be on one end of the spectrum.
Yeah.
Like either phenomenal, because it's like this really old feeling art to me. It struck a lot of the like early Pokemon, but really early, like there were the Pokemon copycats. Mm-hmm. And it felt like that vibe.
It's kind of proto-Pokemon in many ways.
And so, it was like, I'm interested. Like I love Pokemon growing up. I could get into this. And I had ordered some. They did a pre-order on their website early before the first set came out.
I didn't realize that.
I ordered some starters and some booster boxes because I wanted to try the game, and we were actually gonna stream it.
Oh yeah.
Because we were doing five streams a week at that point, so you got to find things to load up onto that thing, And so, I was interested in engaging because I think it's really easy to just like look at something. And another game that's happening right now is Altered. Mm-hmm. My instinct when I saw the QR codes on those was like, dismiss this. Yeah. Like this could not be something. But over time, if you just start dismissing things immediately, you're going to miss out on all sorts of...
You become old and rigid.
Yeah. Anyways, keeping that kind of exploratory spirit alive. Ordered the MetaZoo. I was like, we'll try it on stream. That'll be interesting. By the time I received it, it was worth like 10 times more than I paid for it. Mm. So I immediately sold all of it.
Yeah.
Because
you're the one great winner in all the MetaZoo.
Yeah. Well, so because at the time, like we also did the 20-part Star Wars CCG series opening those boxes. Uh-huh. And those were worth a lot more than I paid for them. But that experience I knew was going to be worth doing.
Yeah.
MetaZoo was like, this is crazy. There will be starters eventually that are cheap enough.
Mm-hmm.
I don't need this product to experience this. And I'm not in a rush.
Yeah.
So I sold it. And then it was like at some point, maybe I'll buy some starters and we'll play on stream. And then by the time, that was like my last checkpoint. The next one was like, by the time I could get it, we weren't streaming 5 days a week anymore.
Yeah.
So the schedule was a little more filled. But literally until last week, you hear about it. You see it on shelves. I heard some Fab players report from like tournaments that had gone weird and people getting banned and like little notes.
You hear weird things about it.
Yeah. But I know Steve Aoki got involved at some point. I remember the NFT project because that was
that
also...
got my attention. Yeah.
For like a year and a half, 2 years, we were just like baffled at NFTs.
Yeah.
And trying to understand it.
Yeah.
And then they did their thing and made millions of dollars off their NFT project. But then the announcement happens. And like for me, based on my early interactions and the way it was being framed and talked about and marketed and Steve Aoki, the whole thing, I just assumed at some point it would collapse.
Right. So most of them do. So that's a good bet to make anyway.
Yeah. It's just at some point. It's very hard. There's very few games that actually come out and stay around for longer than 3 to 5 years. So the news happened last week and like I didn't know any of the drama.
Yeah.
I was just like, okay.
Ooh, it's tantalizing, man. So we're gonna
hit me with it.
We're gonna read a summary. We're gonna read a summary of that. We're gonna just unpack that a little bit. We got the standard news going on for all of the games that you can find on our website, and sometimes additional. But talking about Earthborne, Alphaclash, Arkhamhorror, Ashes. Just run it down here. Flesh and Blood. Obviously, we're playing Flesh and Blood today. Heavy hitters. Their new set looks like an absolute home run. To be honest with you, the box, the pack, everything. The art in this set is incredible. It's fundies.
Gladiatorial theme.
It's fundies.
You know how I feel about that.
It's slapping each other and it's
like
wearing down over
Rex
time.
Meets Fab.
It looks absolutely perfect. We'll talk about Sorcery. Got some rulebook changes, of course, to discuss there, which will be my side of the content. And Zach can, of course, just listen.
I got some Sorcery things.
Marvel Champions, nothing new there in particular. We have an Age of Apocalypse coming up. And then we've got some lockbox stuff.
Big thing for people that are fans of the comics.
Oh, absolutely. Apocalypse is like a giant deal. I don't know if you've heard of it. The concept of an apocalypse is a kind of a universally
I do like the Four Horsemen concept generally. That's apocalyptic.
And then we're going to play some Heavy Hitter Sealed after the news. So if you want to stick around and actually watch some cards on the table, that's there for you. Not always the most enthralling content, I know, to watch two people play card games on camera. But we make it as entertaining as we can.
That's right.
Let's talk about MetaZoo. Here's the summary.
Yeah, hit me with the tea.
So we have a Discord channel that is just absolutely beautiful. It's a collection of cultural kind of, I don't know what you'd call it. It's a cultural phenomenon as far as I'm concerned.
Our Discord channel?
Yeah.
It's a collection of some of the greatest people I've experienced who routinely engage with each other on a topic that I really enjoy.
So just imagine the kind of person who would be interested in this. And then they all get together in a collective space and share interests in other things and kind of talk about games and mainly games.
And life.
And hobbies and
I
books,
love the
movies.
We had the various cocktail conversations and there was the I'm sitting outside in my backyard with a fire pit phase.
Yeah.
There's always about once every 4 to 6 weeks a big Brandon Sanderson chat happens.
It just feels like, you're asking, and I imagine this is true for all of you watching it. It's you're just going a little bit deeper into life itself, kind of asking some questions about like really where is value and what is capital R romance and
what is the definition of is,
and anyway it's for those types of folks. So if you're one of those types of folks, come over to the Discord. One of those types of folks is Gree has made a summary of a number of TCGs to keep us. We're getting older, so it's harder. So we need people to kind of get us back on the information train.
Well, Gree is
keep up with all these TCGs.
Also, just a fantastic person.
Yeah.
But it feels very much almost like a historian of this time frame.
Yeah.
Especially in the TCG market. He was giving summaries the other day of the various games of the past.
Half of them I hadn't heard of.
It was wild,
and it's my job. Ostensibly,
I don't know if that's true. It was, and it's becoming. That was not clear. Some of the updates.
I think we just hire Gree personally. Here's the summary of MetaZoo. Mike Waddell Michael, God-given name, I think there.
Meta Mike.
Waddell. Meta Mike. Mike. Wants in on the up-and-coming TCG hype train. Now again, I don't know if any of this is true. I'm not a journalist in this kind of a way.
This is what Gree said.
I didn't get Mike on the record. I wasn't able to, I just was trying to say, hey, can you give me like the kind of community temperature check on what's going on with MetaZoo?
Well, and if you have anything that seems off or mischaracterization or something we're saying here, I would love to see the comments in the live stream or on the video after the fact.
Let us know. Mike Waddell wants in on the up-and-coming TCG hype train like so many did and do. Like Asmodee and everybody else. Makes a Pokemon-looking game and releases a Kickstarter on July 30th, 2020 to a middling response.
Really?
Yes. Did you know this?
No.
Check this out.
The only thing I know is they did the Kickstarter and they had a stellar response.
Dude, first Kickstarter here. 255 backers, $18,000. That's 2022. That's wrong. They've done a bunch of them, haven't they? What's the original one? Let's look it up. 2022. That's a depressing one.
That's the big one.
This is the big one. What is this one? Did they take it down?
Well, that also might be like the last update is on that day. Click on that real quick.
This one?
Yeah.
Oh, I bet it was. Yeah, I bet it was. This is it. This is the original, man.
Yeah, probably.
The cryptid trading card.
Yeah,
game.
see, estimated delivery August 2020.
Yeah. Okay, that's it. Yeah. So they got 18 grand. Not terrible, but for a TCG, it is nothing.
And to be clear, when did you say that was?
This was 2020, like July 30th, 2020.
Okay, so that would have been
just COVIDing.
Yeah, 4 months into the pandemic.
Yeah.
Still a very tenuous time. That is right before the TCG rocket ship of late 2020, where Magic, Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh, Fab, all the dead games that we played started going crazy. Yeah, that was when that phase. For context, I think it's important. The Middle-earth CCG challenge decks. I picked up a set for $80.
Okay.
At the time.
Old game.
And I actually did that in 2019. But in that moment, you could have bought them for probably around $100 at that point. By January of the following year, the cheapest you can get those for is like $300 or $400.
Right. So, and this makes sense, right? We've always heard that in weird economic times, people go to things like collectibles rather than stock markets and stuff because it's seen as a more tangible asset that is going to hold value better than those things.
Yeah.
Like paintings, I guess.
100%. Like paintings or like the original print of Lord of the Rings. Or
yeah. I don't know about all of y'all, but I picked up a few Picassos when the pandemic first hit.
Pablo?
Yeah. You know him?
You know what's...
it's only gone up.
I'm trying to rabbit trail less.
There was a middling response. It goes into overdrive for advertising, sending out a ton of product to collectors and hype people. I don't know who
we didn't get anything.
Hype people would be.
And we were looking.
Yeah, we don't. We actively avoid hype. In fact,
not a hype machine.
It's a hype vacuum. In fact, it kind of sucks all the hype out of the room.
Let's be really realistic about all this.
Mike uses connections to eventually get people like now. Rudy gets involved. I think about this time.
That seems like a big deal.
Hype people. Uses connections to eventually get people like Steve Aoki on board. Steve Aoki is a electronic music producer.
DJ?
Not really.
Musician?
What is a DJ anymore, Zach? The original DJs, would select music from different artists, bring it together into a singular kind of vibe, and then mix it together seamlessly. Most of the time now, you just have music producers who are playing their own tracks. So, a lot of times they're doing that somewhat seamlessly. A lot of times pre-recorded. It's all very electronic, which of course, I have a lot to say about that. But that's not important, nor is it even relevant. So Steve Aoki comes on board. Steve's got a following, and I think he's got a Pokemon thing too. That's when all the celebrities kind of got...
He's like a Pokemon YouTube channel.
Pokemon.
Late 2020, crazy for Pokemon.
Everything went nuts. Everybody's seeing, people sense opportunity to take advantage of people, Zach. That's what you saw.
Also, I don't know how related it is, but I knew something was going on beyond being in the industry, but because... a person that that I followed for a very long time, Gary Vaynerchuk.
Oh, Gary, yeah.
Started talking about because he was when he was a kid, he was into baseball cards. And then when the pandemic was happening, he was like, "Oh, there's these huge opportunities in Pokemon and Magic cards. He was buying first edition.
So this is all just financial opportunities. The game is immaterial.
Yeah. He totally just brushed it that way. So he also had the like Logan Paul. I remember he had like the necklace with like the Charizard
the
first edition,
Charizard
and
all that.
he bought the case of first edition base set Pokemon that was fake.
Do we know why Logan Paul is popular? Jonathan, you have any idea why he got? No, was he just a YouTuber that was? It's the kids.
Who's the boxer?
Is he our age?
Wait, who's the boxer?
That's Logan or Jake. It's one of them.
One of the Pauls.
Yeah. Paul and
Anyways, there was a lot of stuff going on, but go ahead.
So the game takes off during the big TCG boom over COVID due to being Pokemon-like at the time that Pokemon was going off the rails due to people like Logan Paul making videos to millions of people about it. Pokemon, not MetaZoo.
I know some things.
So Logan Paul makes some videos. Logan Paul is popular. Who knows why?
Apparently on the Disney Channel for a hot second.
Okay. Now, Olivia Rodrigo is on the Disney Channel, and she's full of talent. Yeah. I don't know that Logan is.
Well, I mean, there's so many famous people that came from the Disney.
Yeah.
All the way back to like Justin Timberlake and Britney Spears.
Miley won the best, was that top single with Flowers last night at the Grammys.
Yeah.
I watched that whole thing, and you know what? It was better than expected.
The Grammys?
Yeah, truly.
How did Trev do?
Trev did great. Trevor's great because my favorite thing about Trevor is that he's a better entertainer in my mind than he is a comedian.
Was he the host?
Does that make sense? Yeah.
Yeah, he's got that not Dick Van Dyke, but
he's got some great charisma to him, you know, and he is super funny. His book's great. His stand-up's good, but
I saw the duet that happened. What's that song?
With Joni Mitchell? No, Fast Car.
Yes.
Tracy Chapman, just the absolute
best.
That
was stunning.
Tracy Chapman is that song, man.
I also saw that the One True Queen and that won and also announced her next album.
Didn't deserve that at all. That was not a good album. I will go on record. Midnight's
hot takes.
No. Compared to everything else, I mean, like the past few albums,
I don't think. To me, the trifecta is 1989 Reputation and Folklore.
Those are all very deserving.
And Evermore is like tagged on to the Folklore
phase. Those are deserving of the accolades. Yeah. I'm just saying Midnight's, I mean, it's not deserving of the best. In that field, that was the competition there?
Yeah.
No way. Anyway, that's also beside the point. So they start pushing new sets here in MetaZoo. A re-release of Set 1 to keep the value of the Kickstarter boxes and teasing a Set 2. Cardboard investor types start. Now this is an opinion.
Gree's opinion.
Start sniffing MetaZoo out. They pick up on the fact that there's a low amount of Kickstarter product in the world, and so they begin to buy it all out and hoard
pump it, baby.
Now this is a classic strategy that Gree has told us about, and that we now know a little bit about. Their entire worlds.
Yep.
Peoples.
I'm aware of.
I'm sure they're doing this in various industries as well.
Well, it's sort of like another phenomenon happened at the same time was the To the Moon, GameStop, AMC, stonks.
Yeah.
Which is, and I know there are Discord channels dedicated to this for collectible card games.
Yeah, which is basically let's band together, buy out the market, shoot the value up. Yeah. And then who do they sell to?
Well, someone's holding the bag, you know?
That's what I'm asking. Is the last guy in the room they sell to?
So the, imagine like Fab. Now, I'm not saying this happened with Fab.
Okay. Let's imagine something different then so that's not even a concern. Let's imagine
let's say MetaZoo.
Or Lord of the Rings TCG. Something that was old and...
Sure. But if you think, as an example, there's only 10,000 boxes of this game. And you could buy 8,000 of them right now. Mm-hmm. But that the game itself will, there are going to be people willing to buy it, right?
That's the great question, right?
And usually and this is the problem that like AMC ran into was, I won't even go into AMC. It's a whole long thing. But if you think it's actually good, or if you think it's something people would buy, you can go in and buy out these things for really cheap.
Is this any different than the toilet paper thing?
No, it's just like the hand sanitizer.
Right, it's the same idea.
It's like, hey, everyone's going to need this.
So that's the difference, though.
Well, part of it, though, is that if you make it pop, the assumption is that there will be enough interest garnered from that thing happening. Because if boxes are $500 each all of a sudden, then the perception, hopefully, if you're on that side trying to just make, easy tendies, is, oh, this is the thing a lot of people are into and is obviously very popular.
Got it.
And so, like, I want it and I want it right now because I don't want to miss out on MetaZoo and I want to play it, or I don't want to miss out on whatever.
And these are the bag holders.
They are, well, or they're just willing to pay $500 for a box because they
Right.
wanted to experience something that was hard to experience at that time.
I get that.
And some people don't, it's not about the money, right? It's like,
Yeah, hold on, I'm gonna put a note, collectability. We're coming back to that.
Yeah. And technically, if MetaZoo takes off and becomes a popular game for a long time, then not only did you pay what you paid for it, but presumably it'll maintain or increase in value. Like if the game is actually successful, and that's kind of the bet too, like with no matter what the game is, if it's around in 20 years, even if it's not, look at Middle Earth CCG I was just talking about.
Right.
There's a reality that like, and that's Lord of the Rings, so that's a
hard to get things, hard to find experiences.
even non-huge IP games became very expensive. Some of them became very expensive. So there's like a midterm in it where it's like, if this selling out creates enough interest that a bunch of people get interested and excited about it, you bought it for $50 or $80 a box. If you can sell it for $300, you just you have to sell all what you bought.
Mm-hmm.
You can sell half of it, be up, and hold the rest of it, so that in 20 years, if people are buying MetaZoo,
Aren't there words for this in other industries? And isn't it highly not okay? Isn't this just a confidence scheme?
so
Buy a bunch of something, make it look really viable, and sell it to people that fall for it?
the thing about it, though, is there's very few circumstances where someone has... What makes it work is the size of this market.
Yeah, it's small.
So with hand sanitizer, the only way that works is if there's suddenly a huge uptick in demand.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, they can just keep making enough to keep up.
Right.
But with something that there's supposed to be a finite amount of, and it's a small base, like even right now, I remember looking at this a couple years ago with Fab, when I think it was Everfest came out, Revel and Runeblade. Runeblade card, and I was like, this card is so undervalued right now, perception-wise, and also just on the market. They were like $6 each. I was like, I'm curious, if I just went to TCG Player, how much would it cost me to buy all of them?
Yeah, I know people do this.
Yeah, and it's like, I could have bought it out for like $2,000. So like, you buy it out, and then as it turns out, that card is very good. And there's a time when Runeblade was also very good.
Yeah.
And it was like, they were worth $20 a piece.
Yeah. See, the thing I'm having trouble following on this example is that it's linked to the game being played.
Sure.
The card is useful.
Yep.
I
mean, so with MetaZoo, if this happened and the game was really good and successful, because this ultimately is part of what happened with Fab. Set 1 and Set 2 sold out.
Right.
They announced that right as Set 3 was coming out. And then the whole market was like, oh my God, this game, and that was the crazy 2020 phase. So then Set 3 just immediately sells out. And the game was good. And people wanted the pieces, like Courage of Bladehold. And you go
yeah, that's why I think that happened.
Yeah, but there's anyways, it helps if the product is good. But
let's come back to collectability.
If you did, I will say this, if you did the same thing that's happening, like if you bought out product and sold it like this, especially if you were, I don't know, using YouTube or content to influence certain actions or whatever, if you did that with like stocks, totally illegal.
Yeah, that's the feeling I get.
But collectibles are not financial instruments. So the laws around that are very different.
Yeah. Remember, collectibles are not financial instruments.
Yeah, this is not financial advice.
They are not. Okay, so anyway, I'm going to get, let's get the timeline down and then we can blow the a little bit. This leads to NFTs. Those bring in the crypto people. So MetaZoo did some NFT stuff.
Yep.
Brings in the crypto. I'm going to put NFTs on here too.
That stands for non-fungible tokens.
It stands for... Those anyway. This also to start. Then
I get that reference.
CBO could get some branded product in here for MetaZoo called Hero Quest, which I've never heard. HIRO Quest.
And this is. Have we hit the second Kickstarter yet?
I don't know. I don't think so. Then they start to take the game part a little more seriously. Go to more card game conventions, run events. They do a couple of their own events.
I think this is post the second Kickstarter.
Probably. Yeah, they did. This after the set too.
Yeah, but the second Kickstarter, I think they have Steve Aoki involved. I think Rudy's involved in talking about the game and stuff, and that brought a lot of attention.
And that's the one that goes to what, 1.7 tendies or something?
Yeah, which at the time was the largest Kickstarter TCG.
1.8 million
ever.
Right, so that kind of compounds on itself. Okay, I'm gonna try to keep in the microphone.
And even that's a good example of like that being as successful as it was brought a ton of attention to the game.
Yes. Yeah, hype creates a hype. Crowd
and
creates
even
a
the
crowd.
negativity. Some people hated the art, hated the gameplay, hated whatever. But there were all these conversations about how could this game do this thing and make this money and do all this stuff.
Next, they start to take the game a little more seriously. They introduce events called towers, like a GP or calling. GP, I believe, is Grand Prix. That's a famous thing from Magic the Gathering, if you didn't know that. These require you to play a certain number of cards from the element of the tower, which pushes set sales. Well, that's kind of wise. Lots of money being thrown at the player base. Most events hit less than 20 people. The towers do hit triple digits, 100 plus. Mike starts to more publicly ban/argue with the community, according to this report. Larger content creators and stores dropped the game, either due to being banned or the player base just dying. One player was even banned mid-event for saying the field was soft and it was easy money on Twitter.
I can verify that happened because I know that person. They were a fab player.
Set 3, MetaZoo forces a much higher map price, $140 map now from $80, to basically double the price of map.
Map being minimum advertised price, which is the price a retailer or someone that buys it, presumably, to resell, cannot advertise a price lower than that.
Yeah. So like if it's on your shelf, it has to be that price or higher. So the MetaZoo forces a much higher map price, and stores begin to be unable to sell those boxes because they're losing to online retailers and flippers.
Well, I've heard that story before.
Yeah, that's an old-fashioned.
Yeah.
Because here's the thing. I mean, online retail is designed to do this price competing way better than a local store can. That's been the case across every industry that's ever experienced this. There's a reason that there's no Radio Shacks. You know what I mean? Like there's a reason that you don't see Circuit City anymore. Like the online just churn products to people quickly, efficiently, at scale is going to be the price competition is impossible for a local smaller company to compete with.
Quick side note.
Yeah.
I think Zach's thesis was about Circuit City not doing well, right?
No, it was Best Buy.
Was it Best Buy's?
Yeah,
my grad school?
Your grad school thesis.
Yeah.
And you told Best Buy to do the things that they eventually did, right?
And
That
now
worked
this is successful.
stupendously, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it was just really evident.
Consider
Like,
doing that for us, huh?
what'd you say?
Why don't you consider doing that for us?
Doing my best, dog. Doing my best.
So anyway, they start losing, and a lot of this is interesting. And here's the other thing about map, that's relevant, is that if you've got a map of 140, and there's a number of places on the internet that you can sell at whatever price you want without that being enforceable. For instance, TCG Player, there's prices listed all over the place under map for various card games right now on TCG Player. There's no enforcement mechanism there.
Yeah, I was going to say it's really tough because technically anyone can sell on that platform.
Yeah.
And I could go buy it from a store that's selling it at super low prices and sell it. Even me personally, as Covenant, the institution, if we wanted to dance around that, is like just open an unrelated TCG Player account.
Right.
Start selling. And how do you track down? Unless TCG Player is willing to give information or enforce. But that, you can imagine if you're a TCG Player, you would never do that.
You don't want to alienate customers.
Like you're just a platform.
They're building sales.
You're
man.
a platform.
That'd be like social media platforms that get involved like that.
And it's like, you know what? We're a platform for people to sell things. That's it.
Yeah, take away all the responsibility. Like Kickstarter getting involved in the responsibility of delivery.
Yeah, I mean, come on.
It's like, no, we're just a website.
Yeah,
what do
but
you
for
do
the exact same reasons, where like if people were like, Kickstarter, you need to make sure these TCGs actually get delivered, and they deliver on the things they promised here, and Kickstarter's like, no,
not us. So you can sell it on eBay, you can sell it on whatnot, whatever that is. I still don't know. As far as I can tell, it's like speed chess for QVC sales.
Hey, I just want to say hi, Andrew and Rachel. I saw that comment come through. Rachel
Andrew and Rachel are here?
Rachel says that
here
she
in the
loves
studio?
This. No, you can just see. I see Andrew's little face there.
I'm a huge fan of Rachel.
Yep, one of the greatest people on the planet.
Human beings on the planet.
Yeah. In fact, that's about 80% of why I wanted to work with Earthborne in the first place.
That's right.
Because Rachel's just so great.
That's right. Andrew.
Just kidding, Andrew. You're also great.
We partnered with Andrew with the hope that one day we might be able to see Rachel again.
That's really it.
Okay, so they start losing online retail in whatever form it takes. Obviously, if you got an inside track with a distributor and you can sell it on eBay for $90, $80, $100, whatever, and there were people apparently that had that going on. And then also apparently the MetaZoo people were selling. Here's something I heard on this little tidbit. Here's one for you, Gary. I didn't know if you knew this.
Need to get some teammates so we can spill it.
But I was listening to one of those What Happened to MetaZoo videos, and what they were doing apparently this is actually fraud. So like I don't. They should probably, somebody should look into this. But whenever they were selling the boxes internationally, direct from the MetaZoo site, the declared value was like $0/$5.
So we get this request.
Yeah, but when they send it to distribution overseas, it was full value declared. So all the distribution/retail chain had to pay the 20% plus import fees. But if you're a customer in that country, you don't. So it's actually cheaper to get from MetaZoo directly from the US internationally than it is to go through distribution because they have to pay the import fees.
Lovely.
Well, and they also often had promos with it.
One thing, delightful. So
remember when Asmodee was selling the same products we were trying to sell at lower prices and faster delivery timelines because there's nothing we could do about it? It's like kind of like that. Like it's like the publisher is competing with the people that they're. Yeah, it's pretty interesting.
And I think that's strategically speaking, the decision to go to retail, right? And what does that mean? And you see it more and more because it's becoming easier for publishers to sell directly. Right. And that's like a example of like how much do you value that pipeline? Yeah. And that is like a really gross example. And morally / legally dubious.
Yeah, as I'm listening to the stories about, I get the sense that there wasn't a lot of, they just didn't, whoever was making a lot of those decisions didn't really understand like the law or like regulations and things that you actually have to do. It was all just kind of like, I'll cut whatever corners are needed to make somebody happy. Yeah, and then it's like, well,
and sometimes
except the retailers, of course.
You also just get in the zone of like, do whatever you need to do to be most successful. Yeah. Like even that, we get requests semi-frequently.
Fairly often, actually.
Where it's like, hey, can you declare this as a gift when you send it?
No, it's not a gift.
Which is just illegal.
It's merchandise
for us to do. But I will say one interesting tidbit there. If you're selling to wholesale / distribution and declaring correctly, they're paying a lot less for the product than the players would. And VAT taxes and all that stuff is based on the price. So that is a more effective way to get it into a country. Now, VAT still has to get paid, period. We explored the UK VAT system. But there are some advantages to going to a distributor there.
Definitely.
Because they're paying a very different rate than a customer would importing something. And sometimes, though, I've seen when importing, like I've seen some of our Canadian players saying it's like 50-50. Sometimes I pay it and sometimes they don't make me pay anything on it. Yeah. And it's like, well, I don't know how that works, but
it works like any government works.
We're doing what we are supposed to do.
So MetaZoo continues to sell online. They do another Kickstarter January 31st, 2022 for playing cards.
Okay, this is round 2. This is the $1.8 million Kickstarter.
No, this is for playing cards, poker cards. Ace through 2. Let's find it. Can we find it?
Let's go back.
MetaZoo. I mean, there's only 2 MetaZoo Kickstarters here. What did they call it?
Is that the one?
No.
Yeah, there it is. USPC playing cards.
This is the one that did 1.8 million. What are people thinking?
Wow.
Do you need to get the HDMI cord on that?
Wait, go to rewards real quick on that tab. I just want to see. Okay, so they did have product you could buy in here.
Wait, is this 3 items included? The playing cards, the base set playing card holographic TCG promo, and the MetaZoo USPCC promo box set. And then they had optional add-ons for actual MetaZoo, it looks like. All the Nightfall decks and base sets.
And is that how they actually made money on this?
I have no idea what's going on here, man.
I thought it was just their Kickstarter making a lot of money. But this is more interesting somehow.
This is more interesting. It always gets more interesting.
Okay. Keep feeding me.
This pulls in $1.8 million. So then Steve Aoki leaves at some point.
After that.
I don't know that
I feel like it would have been much later.
I don't know. Well, it's after that, but I don't know how much later. Hero Quest becomes its own thing. HIRO Quest.
Travis. No, they made money on the playing cards somehow. Sorry, go ahead.
Another set releases in 2023. Now, this is last year, to immediately crashing prices. So they start to kind of come to terms with.
Is that the Hello Kitty thing, or are we not there yet?
I don't know that we've said we've gotten to Hello Kitty yet.
I heard about Hello Kitty.
Yeah.
What could go wrong?
They've done 2 large events at this point, a Flame Tower and a Dark Tower. To this day, people still haven't been paid from the Flame Tower, and the Dark Tower is completely unpaid. So it's a spoil situation. Zach and I are still owed money. That's right. Anytime you guys want to pay that, you send it on over.
I'm looking at you, Scott. Just kidding. Scott's awesome. He was the CEO of that company.
Mike steps down from being a public figure and attempts to clear the air by unbanning everyone from the Discord and posting less. Parentheses here, this does not last. We've been around people enough, and these kinds of people, we know. Players aren't showing up anymore. Towers start being run. So the OP kind of stops. Were they showing up? I mean, what was the general vibe of how many players were showing up actually to play this game? Because I was kind of insulated. I always got the commentary, Fab, nobody's playing Fab. It's all just
a collector's game.
So, and I was like, well, that's just definitely not true.
Yeah.
So when I heard that about MetaZoo, I was like, is it the same people just like talking nonsense? Maybe they were, maybe they weren't. I guess we'll know soon enough. Mike steps down from being a public figure, like I said. Then they start doing more non-set products and promos. So not the big booster sets, but they do these on pre-order, and they don't do a large set for about 7 months after the previous third set that didn't sell very well. Pre-orders aren't shipping still 6 months after they've been taken. The NFT project is abandoned. Most towers were 3 digits, locals were 10 or less most places. But like how many places? Like 10 places? 100 places? 1,000 places?
I mean, I've gone to a lot of places to play Fab, and most places had MetaZoo on the shelf.
Yeah.
That's what I'd see it around.
Huh. I think it was bigger than people think it was on the player side, actually.
The purchase side?
On the player side, like the number of players, I think it's more than people thought. So NFTs are abandoned. Very few stores are still selling the product at this point. Events are nearly impossible to find. And if you do find the product, it's for a bargain on the bargain bin.
Also worth noting on the NFTs, one of the main benefits of those NFTs was priority access to purchasing future products.
Yeah. Just call up Brendan and see what he thinks about NFTs these days, would you?
Yeah. If you're out there, Brendan, do you still have one of those monkeys? You know what I'm talking about. Anyways, really got him. So they abandoned the NFT thing.
They abandoned it.
That was millions of dollars in NFT.
Well, no, NFTs have made officially probably $0 actual dollars.
No, I'm saying,
but theoretical dollars.
They literally made millions of dollars, the company, for selling their NFTs.
They got cash delivered to them?
Yes. People paid.
Real money.
For
non-fungible
I remember,
ideas.
I think it was $3 to $5 grand per token. And it was like, you get these things physically, and then this token gives you the rights to every set. You get this, that, and the other. That's what I'm saying. They had a couple $1 million NFT project.
That's just unbelievable.
Yeah.
They began a digital client at this point. However, it was short-lived.
I was going to say a little late. That would have been great in the pandemic days.
Set 3 may well... Oh, here we go. We're getting into it now. Currently, at this point, they plan on halting as much extra stuff as possible. No more towers, no more non-set product. They're changing gears. They're trying to get back into LGSs. They're trying to run the standard playbook. They're not running any cons/events, just attending smaller ones, focusing on pre-orders and making main sets. So a lot of times when everything's failing, what do? You go back to the drawing board, you say, what is everybody else doing? I need to be doing that, of course, which is not a great strategy. Kickstarter boxes then begin to tank. So now everybody's...
And the Kickstarter boxes is the original print run, $18,000. Very few of those around.
Yeah.
They've been super high priced for a long time.
My prediction is that all the people that bought those out, maybe a small group of people that bought those out, are realizing now that they've made a mistake.
Well,
and so they try to offload them, but they have to go cheaper and cheaper and cheaper to make that happen.
And how many of those boxes are in the people that bought them in the first year? Or did they slowly sell it off?
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden this is starting to happen, and now,
Because at some point somebody paid the most possible for that box.
Someone is, as we say, holding the bag.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
The line cannot always go up and to the right.
So then they released the Hello Kitty set on TCG Player. So they announced that the Hello Kitty set is available on or through TCG Player, seemingly. Because they've kind of got some eBay connections, I think.
So they're just selling it directly through TCG Player somehow?
I think maybe. I don't know. Help us, Gree. Help us. But they release I know there's a Hello Kitty bundle on TCG Player. After a few days, it was taken down.
To be fair, Hello Kitty, one of the most successful IPs in the world.
I think it's the biggest brand in the world.
I think it's the biggest still.
It's like the biggest.
So you can imagine.
Bigger than Pokemon.
I don't know how the licensing agreement works. I don't know if you have to pay up front. I don't know if you have to make a certain amount of money. But like you would also assume with that big of a crossover,
it should be of course, giant.
Yeah. So you print as many as humanly possible.
I would. Well, depending on the quality of the product.
But as we always talk about, the two things you can do in a collectible that really make things go sideways is way overprint or underprint.
Yeah, and a lot of that is tied to, does anybody want this?
That's right.
That's a critical part of this too. And it's train time.
And part of it is, does anyone think people will want this?
Yeah, I know. Humans are weird, man. Yeah. We should do something special when the train comes by. Marshall's down there. Whenever the train comes by, you get like $2 off their like train beer.
I do love that.
You will go get one?
Yeah. All right, we'll be right back.
Come running down the street.
Drew's saying it was through TCG Player and their website only. No distribution.
No distribution. Okay, so directly through TCG Player and the website.
Also, it looks like Hello Kitty is now behind Pokemon.
Hello Kitty's behind
But
Pokemon.
if you just count merchandise, it's blowing everyone out of the water.
It's like
80 billion.
80 billion a year in merchandise?
Dude,
Let's
Hello
see
Kitty.
here.
Pokemon #1. Wow.
Yeah, it's big.
But they've got video games, trading cards,
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
etc.
They got the
Their
whole
whole
thing.
brand,
Hello Kitty
man.
is just
like backpacks and stuff, right?
Yeah.
And just the kitty
that's a lot of backpacks.
logo.
Travis also saying Rudy had the Hello Kitty product as well.
Oh, the trifecta. Okay, so it releases. Then after a few days, it's taken down. People who ordered it got half the purchase refunded, and then that bundle was relisted at half off, still in pre-order.
Because demand is so bad.
Well, you have to imagine. I mean, this is just a whole mess of questionable, because like you bring it back at half off. If you thought demand was bad previously,
Okay.
so it comes back as
How
half
close
off.
are we to the end of the story?
Yeah, very close.
Okay.
The set does terribly. That's just kind of the conclusion of that.
Like,
Set does
just
terribly.
okay. I need to add this now. So I can imagine you get the license, you make this product, you think this product is going to be insane.
Yeah.
So instead of selling this like normal, we are going to actually just sell it directly through TCG Player and our website, and then a seemingly
It's like a secret layer, like a magic secret layer.
But it's like you're just like, I'm just getting the mindset. It's like so confident this is just going to be crazy. Then you launch it, and it's like your whole plan you drew up on the board is like, let's fake numbers, but let's just say you print 100,000 of this thing. And you're like, man, there's going to be 500,000 that people want. Like, it's not even going to be close. So why would we go anywhere else with this?
Right.
Let's just sell it in this way. And then you launch, and it's like 1,000 pre-orders.
Yeah.
And then you're like, uh-oh.
Yeah.
So you go back and you give everyone a half refund, and you say, you know what, we're going to cut the price in half.
Yeah.
But at that point, the problem is collectible-wise, the game is up.
Yeah.
Like, and it comes back to, we talk about LCGs, all the living card games all the time compared to TCGs, and it's like the lower cost does not inherently mean that you have significantly more people willing to buy it.
Right.
So
Right.
in
This
this
is the issue.
economics would say, oh, lower price, demand goes up.
Right. It works on a mattress, you know.
Yeah, but you also see charts in economics classes where it's like, you know, you have supply and demand, and like as you lower price, the curve switch. But like demand is here, and so until the price is under this line, it won't matter. And so you go from here to here.
Yeah.
It doesn't
nothing
change
happens.
anything.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because it's like anyways.
And then apparently one of the rumors for closure was that they couldn't afford the deal after how badly it performed. So who knows what kind of licensing stuff they're wrapped up in here.
Did this product come out?
It came out.
Okay.
It came out, right? I think it came out.
So okay, it comes out, it fails.
It fails.
And then-
It did not sell well.
The rumor is they owe Hello Kitty a certain amount of money.
Well, this
But
is
they-
when the rumor mill starts twirling.
Yeah,
I've only heard the most recent one that they owe Hello Kitty money after the closure of the company.
Gayo.
Like that's the speculation for why the company closed.
It's really strange. I've never done a licensing deal. But like
Looking to get started.
I know
Star Wars.
I know some about licenses in space, and like from what I'm familiar with, you usually have like an upfront, you have to pay this much,
Yeah.
and then they get a percent
Yeah.
moving forward.
Percent of sales until you pay off a certain number, usually.
Yeah, but like it would be strange to have a deal where in the aftermath, you know, not only do they get a percent until a certain number, but also you owe this money regardless.
Yeah.
And maybe that's how it works.
That's-
But that seems like a very risky.
Yeah. Yeah, they would get a percentage of sales though, for sure. And so that wouldn't matter, I guess, if nothing's selling.
Well, unless the sales you did make, you didn't pay them. And you took that money instead to do things like eat.
The other thing too is, and my dad's an author, so this is how advances on books work too. So I think it's kind of similar, but you get an upfront, you got to pay something upfront, and then you've got a percentage of sales up to a certain number, and after that you get the profit like completely. So they're saying we will take no risk on the upfront, and then we'll take mutual risk on this book doing well. We'll both do well if it does well. We'll both fail if it fails. And then if it does really well, you'll do really well. So it could be that kind of thing too, where if, let's say, we need to make $100,000 back in sales percentage, and then we make 5,000, maybe they owe that 95.
Yeah, and you might be so confident in the product that you're like, okay, $200,000 easy.
Yeah,
like
easy.
There's no way we won't sell enough to pay that and have profits though.
And you gotta ask, like, they probably should have been confident. They've been able to pull off insane things every time.
Yeah,
seemingly.
but from what I'm gathering along the way, they were doing things to agitate players, retailers, distributors.
Yeah.
And so it's the kind of thing where, especially if they haven't released a real product in 7 or 8 months, it's hard to know when that perception has switched.
Yeah.
And it's like a lagging thing, right?
I also think there's probably a mentality of it's Hello Kitty. Like there's Hello Kitty fans. There's Disney fans. They buy Lorcana cards. They don't care about distribution, retail, the game, nothing. I like Disney stuff. I think the assumption is there's so many people that love Hello Kitty stuff that it doesn't matter what we put in the packs. They'll buy the boxes, right? That's my presumption. Okay, so now after all of the Hello Kitty stuff happens, of course, that leads to all sorts of turbulence and rumors. And then MetaZoo announces they're closing. This is January 2024. But the post is deleted, along with all social media accounts, and their Discord is shut down and slowly being removed. So kind of we're stopping operations, everything's over.
So they announce it, but then they take it down and everything else disappears.
It's very strange.
So we're really not sure what's going
The
on.
letter happens, then the letter gets taken down, and then all their social media and all of their communication platforms go dark. Some distros state that they're still getting product, and they were not told that MetaZoo was closing. It is unknown what has actually happened before or after that announcement, but what's clear is that MetaZoo is done. Current rumors are that Mike was sabotaging due to a large sale that was going to happen and has disappeared from social media and is unreachable. Some even saying it was Bandai that was going to buy them. However, I heard the best take on this
that video.
In that video that you sent me earlier. I don't know anything about Bandai. Bandai seems to be doing fine things.
I do know one thing about Bandai.
What's that?
Is that their recent One Piece tournament was...
Oh, yeah, that did not go well.
I read an article about that, and it is tragically bad.
Yeah.
Like, terrifying. Like, it sounds so... Anyways.
Yeah,
that's a different podcast.
It's really sad. I'm sure it's sad for the Bandai folks, too, because they were probably licensed or like trying to work with a partner on it, and nothing worked. But basically saying, look, Bandai's got, like, Digimon and
Pokemon.
that Battle Spirits.
They have Dragon Ball Super.
That went...
One Piece.
Didn't they do Battle Spirits? Wasn't that the one
Maybe?
that was up and down? Digimon, what did I say? And then the other one?
I mean, they have
Dragon Ball.
no shortage of licenses.
It's like, why do you need MetaZoo? You're already, like, all the conversation around Bandai is already that they've got too many TCGs to even support. And now One Piece is going to come in and do its thing, and then Bandai's event, it's going to Bandai, and then it's going to...
Brent's saying, check out the list of dead Bandai games. They kill games, right?
Yeah, the rumor, just like how the rumor around FFG became... They don't support organized play very well. The rumor on Bandai is they have a moment and then they all just die instantly. They like print them weird. So that's essentially where it all is at this point. Now, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this about this whole saga, this whole MetaZoo saga. We've seen a ton of games come and go. Tons of games come and go. What was it about MetaZoo that always put it in a different category in my brain? Was it the fact that this is, to me, there's kind of an exercise in, this is the pinnacle of this kind of hype-based marketing thing that has gotten really popular as social media has gotten more and more short attention span theater and more influence. That the modern idea of marketing is all about hype with no thinking about delivery. Like I compare it to Flesh and Blood, right? The marketing approach for Flesh and Blood is we're going to be the best competitive game. They say that openly. They say it's about getting players together in the Flesh and Blood. That's their marketing strategy. They get the cards into the hands of fairly influential people on social early on. They spread it to local retail stores. They try to sell direct to local retail stores in the beginning, eventually end up going through distribution. These kinds of things are all happening. But at the end of the day, they are delivering on the marketing promise that they made. They invested that money in organized play, in competitive circuits. They got a pro tour going. They got 1.5 million being given out. They built a game from the ground up that is easily the most competitive, tight card game that is in existence.
Well, you notice something there is important, which is I think the promise that Fab is making to people is this is going to be an excellent competitive card game. And every experience I had from Flesh and Blood and the way they talk about it delivered on that.
Yeah.
Like you play it and you're like, oh, okay, I get it. So I think part of it is the frame in the marketing. And so MetaZoo, the first time I heard about it, and you see this even two examples that are similar to kind of explain that feeling to you, I think, is I think about Sorcery even now. Clearly very successful, but if you go in the Facebook group in the Discord, like their Discord, the Facebook groups particularly, it's like 80% of the posts are about like what I opened, what the value is, what the value boxes is, that kind of thing. And so when that's the dialogue online about these kind of things, then it's easy to think this is just, even Fab had this early. It's like, oh, this is just, the boxes are $500. That's why people are talking about it. But they also were then delivering.
Right.
And they also weren't talking about those things. Like Fab was not saying, look how valuable our game is. Look how collectible our game is going to be.
Yeah.
They were just saying, this is the game.
Right.
And this, you know what I mean?
Yeah. And I think there's a distinct difference. I always got the marketing pitch that I was getting from MetaZoo was, this is going to be so awesome in the future, and all of this is going to be really valuable, and you should get on it now because you'll be disappointed if you don't. It was all FOMO-based marketing. I never understood what the underlying promise of the game was going to be.
Now, part of what made the interest of mine exist in the beginning, I think there was, you know, we can't judge someone's intentions, but like there was a nucleus of something really cool at the beginning of this game, which is the fourth wall environmental.
It was so cool
piece of the game, which is like,
it's so
here's
cool.
a card that's out, and it's like, hey, if it's daytime, this does this. If you can see a tree, there. Apparently, the guy that won the first world championship, the event was on his birthday, and there's a card that gains an ability if it's your birthday.
Amazing.
And it's like super powerful.
Yeah.
So then the world champion won on his birthday, like because it was just insane. But the reason I say that is, that was kind of it's like, well, that's kind of interesting as a hook, right? But all I ever heard about MetaZoo after it became a thing was after that, because I bought the starters, reasonable price, you could pre-order through them, etc. But then after that, it was like the only thing I was seeing was value, price, NFT project, hype, next big game. This is going to like take over Pokemon.
That's what they kept saying. It was nothing about how they were going to do that or what the game was going to be like that would make it that. You know, if the MetaZoo pitch, let's look right here. I have a suspicion that the original MetaZoo pitch is going to be very vague or questionable.
It should be at the top there, right?
No, it's never at the top. You want it to be at the top. I mean, it's a trading card game about cryptids is literally what it says here. But if you go down risks and rewards, see, this is where the money's at here. This is how you learn about a company.
Hit me with it.
Like any trading card game that's new on the block, MetaZoo has its work cut out for it. Not being one of the big three means that we have to work 100 times as hard to get our presence known as well as sustained. The risks associated with this is that we simply won't be able to compete. However, please know we're up for the challenge. We believe MetaZoo has the potential to join the ranks of the big three, and we have big plans for doing just that. And this is the consistent refrain that I feel like MetaZoo is constantly saying, we're going to do it. We have big plans. The next thing is coming. And this is exactly how this works, man. You're always hearing about this. Well, I can't get out now because the next thing is really gonna going to bring it home. It's going to finally be the moment. And then, oh, it wasn't that. Well, it's the next thing that's finally going to do it. And you get dragged along through all of this, and then eventually you realize that the money's not there and somebody's run away with it. Where did all of this money go? You made $1.8 million on the Kickstarter. Where did you put it? Or on the NFT project?
I mean, some people
NFT costs $0 to make.
think it. I mean, you could take it away. You could blow it on really bad decisions.
Yeah,
like a Hello Kitty license. If that didn't work out for you,
that's the only thing I can think of that was so expensive, like expensive enough.
Yeah, I mean, you can find all kinds of ways. I've said internally a lot, like if in the first 4 to 5 years of Covenant we had just randomly had $2 million, I would like to think we would have done something very productive with it. But we would have just made a lot of bad decisions. And I think part of this for me, and I'm excited about this next paragraph, but part of this,
there's more. Yeah,
part of this is an understanding of what crowdfunding allows to exist that couldn't before. Effectively, what has happened is the barrier to entry to creating products and selling them has lowered.
Right.
Which is why you see so many games that can come out. In some ways, like in board games, that can be huge. There are companies like one that we talk about a lot. Stonemeyer's first game was through crowdfunding. It's like if you don't have resources to build a company, design a product, have everything done, produce it, and then also you've got to convince distribution to buy it, and then you've also got to, and then retailers have to buy it. There's a lot of steps there. Crowdfunding lets you go straight, without even a finished product, with zero like who is Mike? What experience does he have in life? What's his business experience? What is his resource?
What's his plan for MetaZoo working?
100%. And like how? So, just the reality of the ups and downs, why Kickstarter is unwilling to commit to these projects fulfilling is like it's cool because it democratizes the ability to produce things, but that comes with an increase in like risk. Is it going to deliver? What's the quality of this?
I mean, it's a complete dice roll.
Yeah, because previously you can imagine a game. It's harder, right? If you have to convince distribution to buy into your game, to get into retail stores, to get to players, right? If that's in the 90s, like that was the system. There were far less games because there were far less people who could afford to do it and convince distribution that this was a product worth buying.
It's kind of the gatekeeper versus non-gatekeeper argument.
Yeah, and it's like you have to, if you can't deliver a product to distribution that convinces them it's worth buying, there's a natural selection process that's going on here. But this is literally just like, can you pitch a compelling enough thing that people are willing to buy it?
Yeah. It feels like distribution says, well, why should we bring this game in? And the answer is, well, it's going to be great.
Yeah.
That's why. That is that's what I got from MetaZoo the whole time. It feels like going into, and we know these people, right? We know these ideas guys, right? These ideas people. Jonathan appreciates this too, because we've talked about this a lot, that like having an idea about something that might be great or that in your head is great is the easiest thing on this freaking planet.
Yep.
Everybody can do that every second of every day. The 99.999% of the actual change and growth that happens in the world is from people who can actually do something. They actually have to do the boring work to deliver something that is from the creative mind through the physical world to people.
Yeah.
And if all that you're focused on is marketing and hype and excitement and interest with the promise that eventually I'll figure out how to actually execute on this, it always falls apart. And this is why, like, even when we get to have those NFTs conversations, it's like I kept coming back to the fact nobody can tell me why this is valuable. Nobody. And it's like, well, it will be. Well, but one day. And it's like, I can't live on a dream. You need to tell me, like Sorcery tells me, hand-painted art from the greatest fantasy artists with an old-fashioned, casual-style game that is perfect for this exact moment where everything is so focused on competitive, organized play. That's a strategy. That makes a lot of sense to me. Flesh and Blood, we're going to be the best competitive game because Magic drops its Pro Tour and it's supportive competitive, and they're moving all digital.
Yeah.
So we're going to step into that space. That feels like and then they turned the screws and they built a workforce and a company to go deliver on that. That's hard, and that's the hard part.
Yeah.
So it felt like it was never delivered. There was no execution of the idea.
The execution / just delivery is the hardest part. And that's why even in the early days of Covenant, we would always curate the products we were supporting, and we were looking for the best games. And then over time, you start realizing, right now, I think the most successful games in tabletop are not the best games.
Right.
Just, in my subjective opinion on what makes a game great. But they are delivering, right? You look at Pokemon, and it's like, hey, that game mechanically has problems.
Yeah. Yeah.
But they are just keep smashing that, every set. You got the fancy Charizard to get.
They're putting Pokemons out.
Yeah.
And
the whole IP and everything going on with that. But that's a critical part of the conversations we're having even before we start working with someone. And another kind of weird parallel example that I want to slide in here is the alphaclash experience, which is the Kickstarter was heavily focused on collectability, which made me think it was in this category.
Yeah.
That it was like my first impression when I saw cards was it reminds me of the 90s superhero cards my brothers collected. Interesting.
Yeah, cool.
Then I started looking at the thing. It was like, I don't know. It feels like this. But then loop back around and it's like engage with Origin's team more. It's like, there's more here.
Yeah.
I think you framed the Kickstarter in a way that I wouldn't have done. But they also delivered the Kickstarter 6 months later.
Yeah.
And then, lots of things. So I think that's the feeling I always had from MetaZoo. Because the hook, it's like, okay, like an offbeat Pokemon vibe. Interesting. Based on real world legends, right? Of the Bigfoot and all that stuff. And then you have this environmental piece. It's like, that's interesting.
That's the whole thing.
This is all interesting.
Make it the whole thing, man.
Right after that, it all became about like boxes are $1,000. And I get why Fab went through that phase too now. Because I started playing Fab before that. And I knew Legend Story / James / the team. It's like, they're here to make a great game.
Yeah.
Yes, it's cool that it's sold out and it's worth a lot of money now. But like, that was not the goal. You need a collectible game to be collectible. But at the same time, like, they want to make a great game. And the collectible model is how they're doing it. And then even here, the second paragraph. Can you read the second paragraph for me?
Other challenges are the same challenges that face all tabletop play in a post-COVID-19 world. We must be extra cautious in how we socialize, and it's our responsibility to help stop the spread. That being said, tabletop games such as MetaZoo rely on games that are played at local game stores and among friends. This is the lifeblood of any trading card game. A balance must be struck, and this is the main challenge.
So from the outset, they're saying the local game store is really important. And to Fab's credit, I think they do a great job of this. But here, the story you were telling, there's so many times they violate this, where it's better to buy from us directly overseas than it is to buy it through these other means.
Yeah.
And I think you make those decisions.
Not living on pre-orders, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and I think you make those decisions because they needed to make more money.
Yeah.
And either they needed to make more money or they were just greedy.
Yeah, it was like a moonshot kind of thing.
But just my general sense, and I don't know. I've never met Mike. I don't know any of that stuff. But
we've been around this industry a lot, Zach.
Yeah, I'm guessing he got way in over his head. And it's very natural. It's sort of like content, social media, and the algorithm and stuff. It's like, it's people, when you start trying to maximize those things, very quickly, it's like, how do I just get people to watch for 30 seconds, 30 seconds, 30 seconds? And so it feels like how do I increase revenue? How do I increase revenue? How do I increase revenue? But you start looking down so much that you're never looking forward. And there's no real clear path on, we made $2 million on this Kickstarter. Cool. Yeah, we made this. And it's like you keep pushing this lever, but you don't really have a plan for sustainability, right?
And that 5 or 10 year.
Yeah, and eventually you can't FOMO your way out of that problem.
That's right. Yeah, that FOMO mindset and people kind of falling into that can give you a lot of runway to make awful decisions.
Yeah, and particularly 2020, 2021 with collectible games, with NFTs, and they did both. There was a lot of FOMO.
Yeah.
And there was a lot of this like, oh my God, like Charizard first edition is worth 10 times more than it was 2 months ago. So like, okay, I'll buy a $500 box of MetaZoo and see what happens. That's going to be worth 10 grand someday.
Tell me this. Here's the last thing I want to ask about this. What's up, Obsidian? Good to see you, Colin. Here, and forgive me if this is maybe too much to dive into, but like, there's obviously addictive personalities out there.
I don't know anything about that.
Somebody who, for instance, person A can have a drink of beer and be fine. Sure. Person B has a drink of beer and says, I want to feel that harder, and has another and another and another. And then, 20 years later, and it's like, I'm trying to sober up. So, it's clear that there are different reactions to stimuli out there in the world. We know that there are people that are very susceptible to the following. Something is being brought to my attention that made somebody a ton of money. That is ostensibly anybody could do. They happened to buy the Black Lotus when they were 12 for $5. And now it's funding their college / car, house, whatever. And so you see these stories and you say, well, I want to do that. If it worked for these people, like it could work for me. So I'm going to go buy that booster box, buy that lottery ticket, go sling the slot machine.
I mean, every time someone comes on Discord and it's like, look what I just pulled from my boxes from Covenant.
Yeah.
It's like a foil core. It's like, do I want to buy another box?
Yeah. Yeah. So there's that input. And so when you have this environment that was going on in 2020 where suddenly everything was skyrocketing and this weird stock was going up and all these people were making insane money for no real reason, and then all these Charizards are being sold and Pokemon's getting slapped around for billions of dollars and all this, and you're sitting there and you're looking at all of this in your computer screen, your little phone, and you're like, I'm working at an average job, making an average wage that is likely not really set to go up much over the course of my next 20 to 30 years. I need to find a way to accelerate this process. I'm going to get into these kinds of NFTs, et cetera, to try to find an outlet so that I can improve my financial situation to the moon, so that I can have all the things that I want in this world. And there was no shortage of people willing to sell people that dream during that time, and still.
And no shortage of people willing to buy that dream.
That's it. So how do you separate, this is my own problem, marketing from taking advantage of people in those kinds of situations? Is it necessarily not the seller's problem if the buyer is willing to send them the money?
Yeah.
Or is there some kind of moral responsibility that people have to realize that, like, hey, it's not healthy or even ethical, or not really ethical, morally acceptable for me to put the gas on people's emotions in a way that I know they're going to act irrationally for something that I probably can't even deliver on.
Mm-hmm. Well,
is there anything there? Do we just have, freedom?
I mean, there's a lot there. I think the reality of, if you're a business selling something, people are willing to pay you for goods. Is it your, like we have a very staunch with our subscriptions for Fab as an example. Even when Monarch was pre-selling for $500 a box, we were at MSRP. Mm-hmm. Even though we knew we were guaranteeing supply, we had the promo. Like, I think we could have done some really uncomfortable, and it was uncomfortable for us to make, like, that's a choice you have to make, right?
And that like half the people on that sub are selling that box for $500 on eBay after.
Yeah, just turning right around and shipping that thing. But at the same time, it's like, if people are willing to pay for, I never faulted the stores. If you have a product that people are willing to pay $500 for, and most local game stores, I mean, these are tiny businesses, barely making it. And it's like, hey, it even reminds me of, right now I see quite frequently for like ProQuest and stuff for Fab, people complaining about stores not adding more price support than is included in the kit.
Right.
When they're charging whatever they're charging. And like, as someone who has had to look at the financials of a store all the time, it's like, can't we just let them win sometimes? So with Fab, it was sort of like,
when do they get to make money, right?
Yeah, and it's like, okay, and it's strange though, right? Like, most stores for a $100 Fab box pay $50. So Legend Story Studios making $40 a box, and stores selling it for $500, making $450 a box.
Yeah,
like,
that don't seem right.
That's interesting, and it's unusual to have a market where the primary point of access to a product is a retailer who, their map policies and stuff and MSRP and et cetera, but like is really not beholden to much. Versus like when Target is selling Xboxes, I don't know what those agreements look like.
Yeah.
But there's a reason, even though PlayStations are hard to get, that Target is not selling them at double the price. Mm-hmm. Which, economically speaking, there's a very common scenario where, like, when there's a disaster and people are looking to stay in a hotel, of like a law getting passed or a ordinance happening where it's like, you can't charge more than this much for a room. And like, it actually creates other problems.
Yeah, always, yeah.
Which in this case is like, well, I remember Target selling a Pokemon every time it was restocked. And it's like, because Target is selling MSRP for Pokemon products that are worth 3 times on the market. And it's chaos and people pushing each other down and like theft and like all these crazy things. So there's this weird balance of, you know, preventing people from selling a product at what the market is willing to pay for it. Both directions creates problems. Like a false floor with something like map versus, and because you can't really force that across the board.
Yeah.
There are ways around it always. And then a false ceiling, it was like, you can't sell past MSRP if you want to keep doing this thing. And the thing that makes tabletop so challenging is that it's like in the US, 4,000 or 5,000 small businesses that are independent. So it's not like there's 100 stores here and you can say, hey, if we catch any of your stores doing this, here's this penalty. Like that's Target's problem.
Yeah.
They can't just get away with it, right? And then you have platforms like TCG Player and stuff. But then there's also the reality of like, you know, if you're willing to pay X dollars for a card from me, like, is that my problem?
Right.
Even if it's bad?
Yeah, and that's the simplest kind of cut through on that. But at the same time, like, when your marketing is around, look how rare this is going to be and valuable it's going to be later. Like, you're not marketing a product anymore.
Yeah.
So I really, you know, I would love to see a MetaZoo that came out of the gate and said, we are doing the craziest thing where the environment impacts the way that the cards in your deck function. And so every different store or venue that you play this game at, the various tournaments or even just casual play, will impact the cards you might want to include in your deck because there's going to be different things at those venues. You might even have to go to those venues ahead of time, research is there a fountain in that venue? Is there some painting on the wall that has something in it?
Did they like randomly just have a chocolate fountain all of a sudden?
And how cool would that be? Because then local retailers would be like, oh, like MetaZoo players come in and they're like wanting to see about where this tournament's going to be hosted, and that gets a lot of people in my store and that makes it look busier and they buy things while they're there. And you could pitch it as this like big change in the way that the entire ecosystem of play is working. That's very compelling. It's like, oh, wow, interesting. But what I feel like we've run into, and this just drives me off the wall, collectability is as something that you generate actively, it doesn't work for me. It has never worked for me. There's not the reason that original, you know, Beatles album is collectible is because they made incredible music. And people want to now own the original way to listen to that music. Things are collectible because they happen to become collectible, not because the people making them said, I'm going to make 3 of these, and that's going to really juice the market, you know?
Yeah.
It feels so disingenuous to me to have any kind of a thing that is made collectible from the start.
Yeah. But that's a tough, for collectible card games, that's a tough line to walk, because the best way for something to be collectible to me is you produce something and it's so good that the ongoing demand for it over time is more than what exists.
Yeah, you didn't print enough, but you thought you did.
Yeah, but there's this weird cycle where in most card games, if you print too much, it very quickly becomes deep discounted or devalued online and easily accessible at a cheap price. And it's this kind of self-reinforcing profit like thing that happens, because once that happens, then people go, oh, next time I'm going to not buy any until it's cheap. And they don't buy any.
Or they say nobody wants this. This isn't valuable.
Yeah.
I don't want it, you know.
Yeah, and retailers get
Perceived
caught with it
value
on
is
shelves. And so the next time they don't order as much, and people are waiting for this discount to happen, so they're not buying it. And then no one buys it the next time. So then it's like, oh, okay, well, now I need to buy even less next time. And then all of a sudden it's gone. The flip can also happen where it's like, and we've seen this 1,000 times, like with Star Wars Destiny, it just sticks out in my head. But it's like, game catches late, and it's hard because you're making physical goods that you're shipping across the world to get to these places. And the price runs away. And it's like, well, people that are interested in actually playing the game can't. So by the time they can, they lose interest. And so it's this balance of you want to produce enough that people have access to it initially. But then if it is good, like as an example, the early Fab stuff, you would hope if the game is good and it goes on long enough, it eventually becomes collectible. But I think about like early Pokemon, and like you could get base set for a while, but it was still like there were hard things to get that people wanted.
Sure.
And then over time, and it took a while.
Yeah.
And then it went crazy in 2020. But like over time, those things were valuable because they kept delivering.
Yeah. That's what even like baseball cards, football cards, right? Like it makes sense to me. you get the Ken Griffey Jr. rookie card, which I did, because you're taking a bet that this looks like a good player. And if they have a great 15-year career, then that card is going to be great.
Yep.
If they don't and they leave the league in 2 years, it wasn't valuable at all. So it's like you have to be tracking the value of this collectible thing against something tangible. Like fab stuff gets more valuable if the game gets more popular.
Yeah.
And more exciting. And the other piece of this is that the collectability is tied to cards that people actually want to use. Mm-hmm. That actually have value, right? Like the tunic is collectible because people want it in the game.
Yeah.
It's not because it's it's got some weird treatment on it that nobody actually needs to put in their deck.
There are like baseball cards are a good example. Is like baseball cards aren't usable. Mm-hmm. So, but they have value over time. So I don't think it has to be. But I think for a collectible or trading card game, the card game part is really important.
Yeah.
But at the same time,
for a while it's not.
Some of the the big three to me are not the best games.
Right.
And so they've continued delivering on the experience they promised, and they've evolved and changed over time. But even now, the OG Charizard for Pokemon is not playable.
Yeah.
Like it was actually never really that good.
Yeah.
I found out. I don't know what good is as a kid, but it's actually not that good.
Yeah.
You have to evolve it several times, high energy cost, etc.
I guess that's true.
But versus Tunic for Fab someday should be cold foil Tunic off the charts. Because unless they get skull capped.
Because it's non-rotating.
Where it's this card used to be really good, but then also now there's a better alternative.
Yeah, maybe even just incredible art can be enough. I mean, that's what paintings are, right? That's why they're collectible.
That's
but
part
also
of the sorcery.
You can only paint one painting.
I think some of the sorcery art, like the Frazetta stuff, it's this is actual art.
Yeah.
Happening. And so art has value. I mean, art's not playable, but you can at least hang art on the wall and see it. Yeah. In the same way that if I had a first edition Charizard or Michael Jordan rookie card, I would put them on a wall. Yeah. This is like buying a piece of art for me. Mm-hmm. Different
history, memories, that kind of thing too. It's really, it's just really weird.
I think the main thing here,
the whole thing is weird,
is collectability that comes from nostalgia, experience, playing it, the enjoyment of something, and it being rare. Even the first Beatles album, it's they weren't popular yet.
Right.
So part of why they're so collectible is they're so rare, but they didn't get popular because they were rare. Mm-hmm. So with card games, it's the same thing where it's is this just selling because people think it's rare?
Yeah, maybe that is a kind of a valuable take there.
Yeah, and it's the reason the Mickey Mouse thing is collectible is not because it was rare. Mickey Mouse didn't become popular because he was rare.
Sure.
The thing is,
he became loved.
There's a rare, same as the Star Wars collectibles that I'm familiar with, but it's as an example, they have lightsabers. They're replica lightsabers, and some of them are not super common. I have a set of Ahsoka lightsabers that they only made 1,000 of or something. Mm-hmm. And it's part of what makes that valuable is Ahsoka is so popular as a character. And then they can make things where it's we can't print 100,000 of these because that doesn't make any sense. But we know if we only make 1,000 or 2,000, these will sell out. And they were selling them at what I would consider normal lightsaber prices. But now, they're potentially worth a lot. And I have limited edition Thrawn books that the art was done by Magali, actually, which is
sick.
Part of why, I saw that. I was I gotta get, Thrawn's one of my favorite characters. So I gotta own this.
Did you get those signed?
By Thrawn?
No, Timothy's on. I have my original books signed. I don't know if those are signed. I think they are signed.
Wow.
Money in the bank.
Wow. This dude's a collector. You don't even know how collectible this stuff is, huh?
They're just stunning. Yeah. You can see them in the background in some of the shots. But that's why I don't care if they're signed, really.
But all that stuff is tied to something that is loved by a great many people because it, for a while, was extremely high quality output.
Yeah, well, and I think that, I think that is an example, though, of that's a collectible thing that was intended to be collectible. There's never going to be enough of this book because they only make 1,000 of them or whatever. Mm-hmm. But the book itself was actually available.
Yeah.
Elsewise.
Yeah.
And so it reminds me of hitting a cold foil or a fabled in Fab, where it's but also they weren't making that limited so that they could sell at inflated prices.
Yeah.
And that's what like it seems like with the MetaZoo stuff, I mean, they're selling direct.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know how much they're cashing in on whatever, but like Fab was never doing that piece.
Mm-hmm.
So even though there's $500 Monarch boxes, Legendary Studios actually only benefits in the product is selling, but they're not disproportionately benefiting because the value is to the moon.
That's why so many things in this industry are so strange. Because like if you're MetaZoo, you could put 100 boxes into the TCG player funnel or whatever, sell them all out in 2 seconds. That's why everybody does these ludicrous Kickstarter numbers. Oh, we only need 50,000. We're funded in 1 second. Whoa, everybody loves this. But you do that, and then you say, okay, these boxes are crazy high demand. We're going to sell them for $1,000 through our website. And then the thing that gets me though in that situation, there's very few people who's buying a $1,000 box to play with it. So the only thing you're doing there is just getting all of these speculator investor types to say, oh, this is the next big thing. And they're the ones that end up holding the bag. I'm okay with that situation because they're treating it as a vehicle like that.
Yeah. Well, another good comparable here is Beanie Babies.
Mm-hmm.
Remember that phase?
I do.
Like at some point, they started making those rare to be rare. And it works for some. I was talking about the Star Wars book, right? Like, but...
I got one question for you. Last question, and then we gotta do the news, and we gotta play some Fab. Get to play some Fab, I should say. Can anything remain collectible beyond the early phase of its life? You might have some things that crop up here and there, but even thinking about TCG sets, like the collectible stuff is always the stuff that, in hindsight, was very desirable. But a company should get more and more effective at predicting actual demand over time and releasing items into that demand. So there should be less rarity over time.
I think it depends. Can you increase demand continually over time? Part one.
Like beyond your own expectations, basically.
Yeah, or even just picture Magic for the past 30 years. I think there's up and downs, but the curve is going up. And then even if you're not, even if, let's say player demand was flat, over time, because these are physical goods, people come in and out of these games. And so if I don't play for 2 years and then I show up, suddenly there's things I'd missed that I need. Or if I just disappear with my collection, which happens. Same thing happens with vinyl and all that. It's like part of what makes these things hard to get. Or first edition printing of Lord of the Rings. It's like, I don't know how many of those were printed, but I know they're really hard to find because over time, and that's historically things that are collectible were not intended to be collectible.
That's my point. That's what I'm saying. It's like the intention to make something collectible is where my brain stops working. It's like, what?
Yeah.
Really?
So there's two layers of that.
How?
There's collectible now because of rarity. Picture Michael Jordan rookie card. When it first came out, way less expensive than it is today.
Well, it's probably 400 of every rookie in the league, and Michael Jordan happened to be the one that went big.
Yeah, and I don't know if his rookie card was printed less than the other rookie cards and circulation and all that kind of stuff, but in this case, the Fabled is a rookie card. Or the legendary cold foil hat, whatever that's called.
Yeah.
And it's immediately collectible because you can't, it's hard to get.
Right. Intentionally hard to get. By design.
Then there's the long-term collectability. Like even now, first edition, like Charmander, common from the first set of Pokemon in good condition is collectible.
Sure. Like it's worth more money than what it would have been paid for at the time.
Way more.
It's inflated in value.
So that only happens because you like goodwill, nostalgia. Like if Pokemon card game came out and left 5 years later, that card's probably not worth much of anything.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's layers to that.
It's weird.
Yeah.
It's intentional collectability is strange, and I would like to know all of your thoughts on it if you're listening. Thank you for being here. Yeah. That took much longer than I expected, but it was a good time.
It's not every day or week that something like this happens.
It's just such a big thing
that is in our category, but not in our scope normally. And you can just learn and appreciate so much about what's going on. I do think it is strange to a point, but from my earliest memories, my brothers and uncle were doing baseball cards. So like this is the fact that you get to do something with those things.
Yeah,
like your dad's a big baseball or a sports card collector.
Yeah, he collects what he calls his nephews, which is any card that he has signed, and he tries to get as many cards signed as he can for individual teams, obviously, and then he lays them all out whenever those teams play in the NFL in the house. He'll put like
The whole team.
all of his autographed cards of this team that are like starting. Or
I didn't know they were autographed cards.
They have to be autographed.
Wow.
Must be autographed. And then he'll get all of his on this team, and then he'll like root for the people who are playing who he has autographed cards of. And the team that has the most autographed cards typically is the team he's rooting for.
Fascinating.
And, people do all sorts of weird stuff out there, man. And
That's what I found out. A good friend of mine, Eric Wainwright, played Destiny, and his dad has a friend who's collected all of Destiny and never played once. Apparently likes Star Wars and likes collecting things, and just like found out Eric was. It's crazy. And in the same way, to me, one of the most amazing things about card games, tabletop, is that there's literal art on there, and to me, the creation of these products and the products I tend to like is artistic, and there's art there, and so like there's a reason I still have collections and decks for all these old games. One's utility. I can still play these things. And the other part is like, this is just a part of the history of this genre and this hobby that I find valuable. And I get it.
I think there's history is one. And then I think like just quality, you can't fake quality. And if something like Star Wars is a quality thing over time, like people will fall in love with Star Wars. Can you bring up that last comment to the Mr. Go?
Yep.
Collectability comes from love and desire, not from scarcity. Usually people fall in love at first sight, but it's possible to increase value by creating good products for old and new customers. It comes from love and desire. It doesn't come, that's the thing. It usually doesn't come from scarcity up front, but because people love and desire the thing that you made, it becomes scarce because enough people want it.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, the Beatles album is
supposed to work.
Perfect example. Lord of the Rings books, first printing, perfect example of like, it when it first came out, it was popular, but like popularity now is crazy high. And it's like, oh, this is a part of history.
Yeah.
This is one of the 5,000 copies this thing was originally printed, and it's from 1946. And it's like, in the same way that we have museums and historical documents of things, right?
Or the first baseball card. Obviously, he's not a great player, but it's a historical document. What's that?
Scarcity and novelty hit that same part in our brain.
Scarcity and novelty.
Because it's basically two sides of the same coin. And we're wired to seek the novel. And to have like the one thing, I mean, that's pretty cool.
Human dopamine, et cetera, triggering, finding new things, discovery.
What about, check out Nick here. I collect rookies of the players I get on my fantasy teams. There's a memory tied to most of those guys, and it's fun to look back through a binder to remember a specific moment, good or bad.
Yeah.
And that's something you can't generate that.
I feel like a lot of my collectability is that.
Yeah. And if that's the main drive of collectability, then it makes sense that you want to have a successful game that gets played a lot, because then a lot of people have memories associated with those experiences, and that means they want the cards that allow them to have them.
Yeah, which is important. Again, in a CCG or TCG, the last two are card game. So like,
and trading has nothing to do with collectability.
Something being collectible makes it tradable.
I can trade you anything.
Yeah, but if we have an LCG, us trading cards is not.
Yeah, that's true.
It's like, I'll trade you my Darth Vader for your Darth Vader. Got him.
That's true. You gotta have stratification in who owns what.
Yeah, but my favorite form factor of that is, it's sort of like they're doing now with Fab, where they have rainbow foils of legendaries and cold foils, and it's like, and I think Unlimited's doing this. Star Wars Unlimited is doing this, where you got the normal version, you got the borderless version, you got the borderless foil version, and it's like, it's not restricted from a gameplay standpoint, but there are some cards that there's only 100 of. Or they did the serialized chain and prism cold foils, and it's like, this has no impact on the game whatsoever, but these things are like weirdly collectible.
Yeah, it still is weird to me. Leave a comment if you're watching this back after the stream.
Anyways,
I want to know it all.
Want to hit the news?
Let's hit the news. Here we go. Let's talk about Earthborne. Earthborne Rangers, the second printing, is currently on Gamefound. It's got 8 days left. This game is phenomenal. Cannot recommend it enough. It is not collectible, although some of those minis and tokens are, because, as we have talked about, they printed as many as they thought people would want, and people wanted a lot more because people fell in love with the game, and so now they're actually hard to find.
Those are available on the Gamefound.
Yeah, but they're different. Like the first printing pewter minis, aren't they different than the second ones?
I don't know.
The deluxe tokens, are they different? I think they're a little different.
Yeah.
I think the second printing deluxes are a little different.
I have no idea.
But anyway, play the game. The game is great. It's a cooperative style card game where you go out and explore as a ranger in a distant future that is stemmed from human beings effectively solving the problem of all of the problems that we made, going into a tunnel for a while, coming out and being like, whoa, our ancestors solved all this. Let's go explore.
Yeah. And one of the important notes for me is the point of the game is exploring this world and helping people along the way.
Yeah.
Which is like, what a vibe.
Yeah.
What a vibe.
Different vibe from a lot.
I played day 2 of my 4-player campaign last week. And just having a blast.
It's good, isn't it crazy?
It is really
how
good.
good it is, really.
Yeah. I on the artist formerly known as Twitter, I posted updates. X, that whole thing.
It's Twitter, man.
So I
can't stand that dude.
I started a thread.
I can't stand him, Jonathan.
Yeah.
It's over.
I started a thread.
Can't.
Where I'm keeping a journal from my character's point of view on like day 1, day 2. And like the fact that it feels like an RPG that was made for a card gamer.
I think that is a really great line.
That's really a heck of a thing to do. That's pretty cool that you're doing.
Where's Andrew? Put it on the box.
That's cool that you're doing that. You're keeping a journal from the perspective of your character, recollecting the days that you had playing Earthborne.
Yeah,
that is wild. You surprise me sometimes.
Well, I'm all the while.
You put your toe in the RPG space, but this is the one that hit.
Like
apparently, the first set minis are the same. By the way,
that's good. Good clarification. So I have played RPGs. I was not really allowed to acknowledge that I played D&D in high school at all. Whole D&D satanic panic thing.
Yeah.
And I played RPGs over time, but the RPGs are a ton of work, especially for the person running the game. And even in our Earthborne group, we have 4 people, and like aligning schedules and getting that to happen. So with an RPG group, I've been in a lot that make it 2 or 3 sessions.
Yeah, of course. That's most of them.
And then it runs into a wall. But I feel like I'm a card gamer first, so it's just a more comfortable format for me. And it gives you space to play into your character as much as you want or not. And it's been fun for me to have an idea of a character, and then it's like, what do I think we should do in the game based on who my character is? Which I would sometimes ask in like Champions or Arkham, but less.
But not really.
Nowhere near.
We're just trying to beat that game, man.
Yeah. I mean, Arkham is just like survive at all costs. Yeah, anyways.
We'll be here on Wednesday doing this very thing. We're streaming on Wednesday. We're going to talk about the rest of the player cards. We've got tons to preview here. These are the stack of
the original
cards.
playmats are not being recreated.
Yeah, that's what it was. That's what it was. So come join us on Wednesday if you're looking for something to do, if you're looking to have a good time, have some good discussions, and learn a bit more about Earthborne. Maybe the next set, you'll see everything you need.
Worth noting on Earthborne, we do have the core set and the card doubler in stock. And this is not FOMO.
Are you about to FOMO, dude?
A little.
We just talked about this.
Yeah, I know. It's not the intent. We will run out of those. And there will be a time when the new printing has not shown up and we're out of stock.
That's right.
And so if you want that game, to experience it,
should happen, yeah.
I would recommend acting sooner than later if you want that from us.
Yeah, and your choices are basically buy it now, buy the first printing of the core set now, and then enjoy that for 9 months or so. Or back the Gamefound for the core set. It's $20 less, but you wait 9 months to get it. That's the difference. And if you buy it now, of course, it helps your friends here in the studio.
Yeah, and I love the way Andrew
get some more lights.
/ his team laid out that Gamefound, where if you own the core set, it's very clear what you need to back to get everything you're missing.
Yeah.
Whether you bought it previously or you're buying it now or whatever.
Says Earthborne, play it, please. Great. AlphaClash. Discord hits 1,500 users. That's a good benchmark.
Oh, AlphaClash is
Discord. AlphaClash hitting 1,500. And Ridge did it. They did a thing that Ridge and Josh over there, they respond. They were in the conversation. They're so scrappy. They're doing it great. They're like a guerrilla team, And they hear about the MetaZoo news, and they reach out directly to retailers and with a video and I'm sure a direct outreach as well, saying, hey, I know that a lot of retailers, you might be in a tight spot with MetaZoo tanking and this box is being worthless on your shelves. Hit us up. We'll help you out, get you set up with AlphaClash. And maybe they're giving them some boxes for free up front, that kind of thing.
Very cool.
So, that's what you got to do when you're not, as MetaZoo said, the big 3. You have to find ways to matter, and it looks like they're making a good impact there.
Yeah, and I've heard whisperings. I see this apparently from people that sell on TCG Players, a platform, that AlphaClash is coming soon there, which
Is that a big deal anymore? They have like 7,000 games on it. It's not bad.
I think the big deal is easy access for people that own it to sell it, and easy access for people that want singles to get it.
Yeah.
Because as we've said, like at a certain point, buying boxes is not the strat.
But tell me this, Zach. I agree. I think it's going to be great for the game. And I have looked at Sorcery singles on TCG Player because I don't want to open my product because I want to use it for sealed, but I don't know if I'm going to open the things that I need to build the decks that I want to play. And I presume that prices are going up.
You should come shop at Zach's Single Shop.
I might have to, actually. That's a good backstop for me. I don't know why I didn't think of that. I thought of it every other game of my life. Here's the foil to that, though.
Because you're actually collecting this one for the first time.
You know, we have this romantic idea of collecting, and Six Forums actually, Ty, you see that Six Forums comment? Publisher of a game coming up soon at some point here. Six Forums, we're talking currently. Collectability and finance are not the same thing, though connected. Collectability helped me connect with strangers in a fun way, helped me engage with others, and made the community aspect fun. And I think we have a romantic idea of collectability. But when you can just go on a website and click the buttons, none of that's there. At that point, it's just a stock market.
That's what our dad laments about over and over again. Because
Dad hated eBay when it launched.
Yeah. Just makes things too easy.
Conventions, and you talk to the guy, you look through the bins.
What are we doing, guys? We're killing ourselves.
So one of the things that's interesting to me,
we can't continue down this road.
Well, here we are.
We're just going to be sitting in an isolated personal cubicle, trying to squeeze joy out of nothingness for 50 years.
Have you seen the picture of the people wearing the new Apple goggles?
It's so dumb, Zach.
We're Tamagotchiing ourselves. We're putting ourselves in a little egg.
Are you the Apple Vision? If you like Apple Vision, I'm sorry, it's not dumb. I'm sure there's a lot of great uses for it, and it can be fun for some people. I speak as a monolith of my own consciousness, but I don't like it at all. I don't want to see everybody walking around in these big old goggles.
So I'm not going to go into that.
So you agree with me?
No. So I believe that there will. I could be wrong on this. I believe there's an inherent desire to experience reality. Now, digital could get so good that who knows, but.
They're manipulating our brains.
I understand AR, VR conceptually. The idea of like driving around with these things on or like walking or like that's like too far for me. Same, I don't even want QR codes on my card. You know what I mean?
Right.
But it's happening. I think the main thing is to make it too easy.
Yeah.
Like being able to buy singles on TCG Player and sell them on TCG Player is very easy, which is a way to win. But you're removing the people part of it. Yeah.
The whole species.
Yeah. But I will say one of the things that my comparison is Sorcery versus Fab right now. Fab moves fast enough and tournaments happen. So like if I need the new helmet, I don't have time to wait. Mm-hmm. And I don't want to be like the week of trying to figure out where I'm going to get this card. It's like a lot of stress. Sorcery, I have done more trading than almost anything in a long time because I don't feel the pressure.
Nice.
The game releases a lot slower. The games I'm playing are not aggressively competitive.
Yeah.
And so like there are still cards I need. In Fab, I would have just already bought them.
Right.
Like I would open the box I'm going to open.
You're savoring.
Doing my thing.
Finding the purpose of life.
Yeah.
Here.
Anyways.
Arkham Horror, after much programming and math, we figured out how to solve the Hemlock Veil situation. Here's a fun story. Things that seemingly, if you're a publisher out there, 6 forums I saw in the chat out there. Andrew is maybe floating around. Hopefully Rachel's out there. Good to see you, Rachel. If seemingly non-impactful changes can often be very impactful. And there are systems-focused organizations out in the world and people, and there are non-systems focused. And if you're not a systems-focused organization, you will not consider that anything might matter. But the Hemlock Veil Investigator expansion was supposed to release here, and then a week later, the campaign expansion was supposed to release. Now, we have a subscription service wherein we actually send you all of the expansions for the game. Now, if they release 1 week apart, we would charge the first one, send it out. The next week, we'd charge the second one, send it out. I had to do that for 6-pack, 6 weeks. Courtesy of our friend Andrew Navarro. Thank you for that. So we had 6 packs in a row that basically got charged shipping 6 times rather than having the tech to combine all of those and send them all at once at the end of the 6 weeks, right? So we charged for the investigator, and then like literally within 2 hours, their calendar on Asmodee randomly updated.
It wasn't random, but without notice updated.
Without notice.
Yeah, I don't think anyone was like,
it was just because
click the button and see what happens.
Ops was looking, and it's like, oh, hey, this thing we just charged is actually releasing later. And that puts it releasing at the same time as the campaign box.
Which,
so now,
a couple of weeks ago, we complained that wasn't happening.
I know, and that's great that it is happening. We just need to know that it was happening like before 2 to 3 weeks before it was happening.
It would also be nice to have been alerted to that change.
That would be nice. Yeah, I mean, I'm not even asking for that. I mean, that's impossible, obviously.
I like what you did.
Yeah, I like the idea.
You did it.
Like if you planned it and then you said, hey, let's get all of this to release at the same time. Love it. So
hey, Toby.
Now we've got subscribers here that have the investigator expansion coming, but it doesn't make any sense. We don't want to make 2 shipments and you have to lose on shipping just because Asmodee decided to update the calendar. So then we go through some steps. We figure out a way to make the second campaign expansion charge happen, combine all of those orders together so that we can ship it all in a single box and save every subscriber about $8 in shipping and have 1 package rather than 2, which is also better for all the reasons. So we did all of that. So if you see anything, if you're an Arkham subscriber, it will look kind of weird, but we made it look pretty good.
Things went weird
on the account, but you'll get a couple of charges, and it's the difference in shipping between putting them together and having them separate and all of that.
The bank charges will look the weirdest.
Yeah.
We could force through to make it look not weird on the back end of the website.
That's right.
We can ship it all together, single tracking and stuff, but the multiple charges from the bank, there's no way around that.
You just had to do it. Yeah. Okay, so that's Arkham. February 7th, FFG will have a live stream showcasing Hemlock Vale. I believe that is on Wednesday. So you can feel free to check that out. And then those expansions are dropping. It's been a long time since an Arkham expansion, so I'm curious to see how that one lands.
Looks great.
Non-MJ.
Non-MJ, yeah. That's right. This is the new team, new design team. Ashes, big Ashes announcements. First of all, our playmats for Ashes are closing this week on Wednesday. So now's the time. If you said, I'm going to wait until I absolutely got to buy it, now is the time. We've got them over there. We've shown them in every broadcast since we've been around. Here's just a few of them. Here's like this bad boy, this Amplified playmat. These might be collectible. You could double your money on these in a year.
Andrew, thank you. Happy to do it. That's why we're here.
See what I did there? Look at this. We're going to make less of them than the amount that you want. So they'll be double the value.
To the moon.
We're not doing that. We're taking pre-orders, and then once the pre-orders are closed, we're going to order that many, and then we're going to send them to you.
Again, anti-FOMO. We could have put them in stock and been like, once they're gone, they're gone.
But somebody coming into Ashes, or somebody who likes whales a year from now,
or maybe someone that is a whale,
maybe they'll pay $50 for this. Better than your IRA.
I'm going to be honest. This is not investment advice, but that's not a good... I wouldn't bet on that.
Put it in an index fund. Siege of Lordswall was just announced today for Ashes. What? It is the next Ashes expansion. Siege of Lordswall.
And it sounded like one word when you said
it. Dude, it looks like it's going to be an absolute triumph.
I mean, you got some of the best characters in the game are there.
It's like holy magic, and you're fighting against the zombie horde. I mean, I know that we've done this plenty. I mean, there's no shortage of games where you have holy people fighting against hordes of undead. But my goodness.
That's the baddie right there?
It always works.
It's like crystal zombies.
Look at it. They have little spore, like those little red rain spores on them or something.
Gross.
Little crystals, like you said.
Love it. Dude, I'm still, if you haven't checked that out, we have a bundle on the site.
Go get it.
That is
Red Rain's bundle.
Red Rain's bundle, yeah.
The Corpse of Euros.
If you want to try it, but the solo PvE version of that, co-op, like 1 to 2 player version of that, I still cannot believe. We played on stream last week. I can't believe that exists, and as good as it is, given the history of that game.
Yeah, it's unreal how good that is.
What up, Jay Zilla? And I just got to read this. Saying we ship fast, basically 1 to 2 day handling time max in my experience.
1 day, 24 hours, in fact.
Standard orders ship within 1 business day.
24 hours.
It's a promise. Put it on the box.
That got held up this last week because there was the Monday UPS wasn't running because of the snow and ice. But we sent out an email about that.
And there's things like national holidays, etc. But standard business days.
Hey, thanks, Paul. Paul Rebecki here. I just picked up the EB Earthborne core set as the 8 months of extra play time is worth the $20 to me. I think 8 months of Earthborne is worth well more than $20, honestly. I'd probably pay, now having played it, I'd pay $50 a month to continue to have access to Earthborne if it was like a video game.
Wow.
Yeah.
That reminds me of we interviewed Andrew last week on the podcast. If you haven't listened to that, recommend it.
Yeah, we relaunched the podcast
Covenant
with
Cast.
Andrew's help.
Had a little 8-month break. But he was talking about one of the things that stuck with me is basically if he hadn't been using crowdfunding into sales through us, that like he would have had to charge a lot more for that.
Mm-hmm.
And playing the game right now, I feel that.
Yeah.
It's like the amount of, there's a 30-day campaign in this, which is 30 sessions.
It's massive.
Yeah. So
time is massive.
An Arkham campaign is 8 sessions.
Mm-hmm.
Just for like context. And I think 30 days in, you still haven't turned over every stone.
Yeah, there's no way.
So like, it really isn't remarkable. Like the value in that box is next level.
Dr. Doak said, I played my first game of Ashes from your bundle this weekend and immediately went and played 6 more times. Oh my gosh. And
That's
Dr.
awesome.
Doak, here's a thing. Just go get all the Ashes products from Plaid Hat right now. It's 30% off. 30% off on their website for all of the Ashes catalog. Great deal. Go get it. What else is going on? AshCon 5 too for Ashes. It's a thing that they do. I think Nick really runs that. And it's basically every new release that comes out, they do an event where you schedule a match with the person that you get paired with or multiple people in pods. And winners get awesome like translucent dice and promos and stuff. It's very casual. If you just want to play some Ashes, check out AshCon 5. I think it's over. Like you can't sign up anymore, but be ready for next time. Good times. Flesh and Blood. Hey, heavy hitters released Friday. Packs look great. The art looks great. Heard nothing but good things about the set. Going back to the fundies. Apparently it feels like Welcome to Wraith, so we're about to dive into this here in just a second.
A hilarious meme, because there's 3 classes in the set. Warrior, Brute, and Guardian. And then there's a meme where it's like those classes over here, and then there's someone looking on, sadly, which is Ninja, because they were in the original set and they're not in this set. It was really
Ninja continues to have weird. It just always feels like they're in a weird place.
They've had sets though.
They
got the 5 set. So
Question for all of you too, listening or watching out there: how many of y'all have listened to the podcast with Andrew? I'm just kind of curious what the crossover rate is. Also, like and subscribe and ring that bell.
Smash that like button.
iTunes subscribe button as well. Catch us on Spotify.
Nathan's saying I should talk you into going to LA for the calling. What format is the calling? Asking for a friend.
Great promo.
Literally.
Recurrent. Staple 3 Evan Brute until the end of time.
Oh, did you hear? Kayo won the first major battle hardened constructed this weekend. The adult version of Kayo.
If I were the design team, I'd be going, whoa.
2 heroes from the set actually won major events this weekend.
That's good. That's good. That
is not common.
That's good.
Yeah.
The part of it that would make me nervous is the randomness of KO. Is it still the roll to double KO?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, then never mind.
No.
We'll
see if we open a Majestic.
Yeah, we'll take a look.
Yeah, there's some stuff.
We'll be playing today. Calling in Hartford happened on February 2nd. Congrats to Mark Morrison from Cleveland, Ohio for winning with KO.
Evan on our team here at Covenant is on the Fab team that Mark is on.
Oh, apparently, very good.
Mark is a great guy. That was a stack top 8 too, so congrats to Mark.
It was a stack top 8. Michael Hamilton was in there, wasn't he?
Always.
I don't know how they do it, man. It drives me crazy. Moving on to Sorcery, and then we'll come back to Fab and play some games. Sorcery Rulebook had a number of changes. These were actually very nice changes. Big fan of these changes. They added, the stack. And nobody adds a stack. There is a stack. There's always a stack of because we exist in time, we have to know how things work on the board.
But the rule set of Sorcery is such that there are almost no cards. Like there's very little things I do on your turn. Other than blocking.
It's less likely a problem.
Yeah.
But they called it, because they know how to deliver on their brand promise, the storyline instead of the stack. Beautiful. And then they elevated the silver rule to the golden rule. So now use common sense and be cool is the golden rule of the game.
So the 2025 rulebook is going to be the platinum rule?
The 2025 rulebook is just going to say...
Diamond? Hands?
Use common sense and be cool is the only rule of the game.
Yeah,
and then the rest is just going to be up to the player.
That's right. It's like Zen Mon Pod.
Things that matter: move to defend takes into account bonus movement and moves freely. So like East West Dragon can move all the way over and defend, or Seven League Boots Man can, or my little mask, my what is that? A Mega Amoeba can actually jet across and defend.
Cloud Spirit +2 movement.
Cloud Spirit gets better. Cloud Spirit gets better. Yeah, great. Air needed a lot of help. Great. Projectiles.
This Max Blue comment is nuts.
Max Blue, got to share. Had 1 pack left from the beta box order from you guys, and let my girlfriend open it. She's halfway through the pack and says, "Oh, this one's shiny foil Philosopher's Stone."
I'm telling you, you want to talk about collectability and stuff being weird, but like I will tell you, pure human instinct. If I open a foil Philosopher's Stone, the chemicals that will go in my body is why we're here.
You know what's weird too is that is a card that looks like something that's valuable in real life, and it's only valuable in real life because it looks valuable. Like you think about why do we like gold and amethyst and weird stuff like that? It's like it's shiny. Well, that's literally it, Zach. It's shiny. It looks also pleasing to the eye.
A very good card.
Yeah, well, I'm talking about amethyst in real life.
Oh yeah, I don't know about that.
So like we take something in real life that has no real value, but it's pretty. And then we put a representation of it on a card and put some text with it. And now we want to collect that because it's a representation of the pretty thing.
My amethyst core that I open this foil is worth more than actual amethyst.
Yeah. Wow. And that Philosopher's Stone is a good card. It's not, I mean, it's fine. It's a good card, but it's especially rare and valuable because it looks very pretty. It's a good looking card.
Yeah.
Don't discount how important that is in all of it. Projectiles must now start in the same square as the unit shooting the projectile. Thank you for this. Thank you.
Wait, what'd you say?
Projectiles start with the caster. They used to be caster or 1 square away.
So
they made it where it's now caster, but it doesn't affect the caster.
So if I'm shooting firebolts
from
my avatar and there's a unit on my space, does it get hit?
Yes.
Can't dodge them anymore.
That's right. And projectile stealth can't be hit anymore by projectiles, which I love so much. It used to be, and it makes sense, right? If you're a ninja and you're invisible to me because you're so good at your craft and you're standing in that doorway and I shoot an arrow through the doorway, it's going to hit you. Like being stealthy doesn't mean you don't exist.
Oh, that's how it works now.
That's how it used to work.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah.
But now they changed it because even though the intent, the reality of that rule might be accurate, the spirit of the rule is that I can't just YOLO a projectile into space.
What if you have a stealth unit and I roll a boulder over that space?
It would not hit it. Right? It's a projectile, isn't it?
I don't know.
Maybe I don't know if it's a projectile.
We'll have to talk to David.
Yeah, I'm not here to know the rules. I'm here to ask the rules.
It has to explicitly say projectile.
Choose a projectile.
If it doesn't say that, the boulder would hit it. Yeah.
Okay.
And also, just use your common sense and be cool, man.
I mean, I feel like a boulder would hit anything on that space.
I do agree. Yeah, I think so. If either player attempts to draw a card from an empty deck, they now immediately lose instead of being put on death's door.
Crazy.
Yeah. So get ready for SorceryCon, buddy. I don't know where that comes from. So it used to be if you draw the last card of your deck, or an empty deck, you're supposed to draw, you can't, you go to death's door. And then that's it.
Now you just die.
Now you just die.
Well, that's good.
Because I think people were decking themselves to get all their stuff.
Well,
can you imagine somebody thinking to do this?
Here's the thing. Because SorceryCon's coming up next week.
Yeah.
We're going to Seattle at SorceryCon. I've been doing a little testing.
Yeah.
I can't keep myself from it.
Yeah, a little testing.
First thing, the cores in the stone are actually very good.
They're very good.
Yeah. I didn't get it for a long time. They're pretty.
They can dead draw at the end, though.
They can. But man, let me tell you, when those things come out early,
it's good.
But the old Death Speaker is very good about drawing a lot of cards.
Yes.
And so I can easily see a scenario where that deck consistently runs out of deck.
Yeah.
But because you can play dead things, it takes a long time for you to run out of things to do.
Yeah.
So I like that rule.
So you deck yourself, you go to death's door, then you can't die from decking because you have to take damage directly. And so you basically get to skip a lot of the risk.
Yeah.
So now you just keel over.
But as someone who would never play that style of play, I love it.
Can you even imagine? Can y'all even imagine? Can you even imagine building a deck that focuses on recurring cards over and over again to draw more cards, to draw your entire deck into your hand? Has anyone ever thought to do this before? It's almost like every card game in existence.
Yeah.
Everybody's trying to do
Any
this.
card that lets you play things from discard, Death Speaker being one, is like immediately if I'm a competitive player, it's like, all right, let's bust this.
Yeah.
If I'm a designer, developer, it's like, should we really put this? should because what you realize at first, I was like, oh, it's only free on Death's Door, so it's not that good. But then you're like, actually, it turns your Vital Imps into spells that do 2 damage that don't cost you a card.
Right.
Wait a second.
Better.
It turns your
body on the
Grandmaster Wizard into pay 6, draw 3.
Mm-hmm. Great.
Turns your Apprentice Wizard into pay 3, draw 3.
Yeah, you better have a way to beat it.
It's very good.
Yeah, and Mason, only if it's an opposing unit. You didn't specify that. I assume that's what you meant on a projectile. If you shoot it and there's a unit in the square, if it's an opposing unit, it'll get hit. It won't hit an ally.
Okay.
It'll skip allies in the thing.
In the first square.
Also, stealth units get a free hit now, Brooklyn saying, which is basically, I think it used to be as they're coming out of stealth, there was a weird rule about it. Now it functions like we've always played it.
Yeah, we were playing it right.
Playing it right because we're common sense and being cool.
Rule.
Hain, the beautiful, beautiful person from the Wizard's Den YouTube from Japan, has a great Learn to Play event in Tokyo. They did a feature on it. I think Jesse's involved in this kind of stuff now because he's been talking about it on the Discord. He got that position. I think he's lifting up community members and showing off what they're doing.
And I know there's been people interested in Eric's Curiosa creating more engagement and content themselves.
Yeah.
And Jesse's a great human and a great person for exactly that role. But he was actually one of the people I was testing against because we go way back in the Netrunner days. And last week we were playing. He's like, hey, do you mind if I record this and maybe post it? And I was like, do whatever you want.
Yeah, totally fine. Did you talk about how we have booster boxes available the whole time?
No.
Dang it, no. Zach. Come on,
honestly, so I was at home and I kind of forgot. And he had me set up my camera to record.
Did you have like your bath towel on or something?
Literally, I thought about it later now. But I was just like sitting there, playing. And then like he's in the game, one game, he's just pounding on me. And I'm just like doing this. And I'm like, and then about 20 minutes into just like this kind of posture, I'm like, oh yeah, we're recording. I'm going to sit up and like have a smile on my face actually.
This is what your digital opponent actually looks like when you can't see him. So Hain's doing great work, and I love that being lifted up. March 16th, also March of the Mortals down at Reaper Games in Denton, Texas. You've been to Reaper, right?
I've never been to Reaper. I've wanted to go for a long time because this Reaper Minis owns a store.
Cool.
And I've heard, this is how much you hear about it. Reaper Minis is Bill. Bill's the owner, apparently. And I've heard nothing but great things about their events, their hosting, their store, their space, etc.
Well, he's partnered up, or Drew from On The Play is partnered up with Bill. And On The Play did a great video. Incredible production quality. Very, very good chops on that. 64-player event, I believe. I watched the video and looking to live stream it and do all of that. So, again, community stepping up. Y'all, it happens. SorceryCon, we're going to be there in a couple of weeks over in Seattle, too.
I wish that Texas event was not... I'm still debating whether I want to try to go or not. But I wish it was not the weekend just before the Pro Tour for Fab.
Yeah.
I'm leaving on like Tuesday to go to the Pro Tour.
Going to LA too, all the way out to LA. And check this out. I just got this announcement from the Discord Sorcery. Too Fluent is organizing a Florida Courtesan Cup qualifier April 20th. With a reputation for going big, you know it's going to be a memorable one. So I mean, yeah, when you love something, Zach, you just pour yourself into it. And if you can capture that as a game, well, that's what happened in Magic about 30 years ago. Just saying. And then lastly...
hot off the press.
Hot off the press is Horsemen of Apocalypse previewed for Marvel Champions.
I do like Horsemen.
I'm going to click on this for a second.
I was recently watching, speaking of Horsemen, I was trying to catch my wife up on the wrestling career of Sting.
Backed by Archangel Man, my favorite X-Men.
And made me think of the 4 Horsemen in wrestling is why I got here. Look at that.
Wait, was there a 4 Horsemen in wrestling?
Yeah.
Was Sting one of them? The 4 Horsemen of Sting?
Well, so the 4 Horsemen were led by Ric Flair.
Really?
And for a minute, they were the heels and Sting was the babyface.
Uh-huh.
This is before Hulk Hogan showed up, before that whole... This is the early WCW. And then at some point, Sting joins the Horsemen, and then they betray him, of course.
Right.
Et cetera. Yeah, it's a whole thing. But it was...
You have a thing about betrayal, too. Is that tied to your Sting fandom?
I don't know. I mean, yeah, loyalty and betrayal is like... really massive for me.
I love betrayal personally.
Yeah, that's part of why I think I love Sting so much.
Look forward to it.
It was just an injustice. Like,
yeah, Injustice is a problem. We are united in our hatred for injustice.
Yeah.
That's what bonds us in many ways. And like really, like with the game stores and stuff that we grew up in, it's like this just doesn't seem right.
Yeah.
It does not seem right. Let's play some Flesh and Blood, shall we?
That's right.
6 packs. We're doing sealed today. I have not seen really the cards whatsoever. I've been super busy recently. Warrior is my favorite class in Flesh and Blood. Everyone has been saying all of the things that I need to hear to get excited about this set. I'm assuming Warrior gets cards that are worth about 3, and you run as many of them as you can. You're probably going to want 17-ish blues to power your turns, and you're going to choose between a number of warriors that all do basically the same thing but don't share any weapons. If that's still accurate, then we'll see. We'll find out.
We are about to find out. I will say, I just keep hearing Roger tell me how good Warrior is. So
Okay.
but he says that every set.
Yeah, I know. He's one of those, that meme where maybe it'll work for us.
Yeah.
He and I bond over that. These are not these are plastic packs. They came from Japan.
Yep. The Belgian packs are paper. The plastic are Japan. And why certain times you get one, not the other, I do not know.
It makes me really love the paper packs.
All right, we're gonna go through this slowly.
Okay, let's soak it up. I haven't had a good fab opening in a long time.
So I've got a red Wild Ride, a 2 for 6 that does not block. Name a more iconic brute.
That's a reprint. I know that card.
Win the stacks, draw a card, then discard a random card. If the card is 6 or more, is discarded as play against go again. Okay.
So you know what?
Don't read the Warrior.
The fun thing about these cards is like that's a 2-card 6. That maybe is the end of your turn if you have anything but only 6s in your hand.
In limited though, a two card 6 is fine. Like pitch, I don't even want to go again. I'm literally just
all right.
Because you
do
don't have to discard to do this card. It just says win this does discard a card, but if you don't have any cards in hand, it's not like you can.
Draw and discard.
Oh, I missed that part.
Yeah, you always draw and discard. But yeah, it's 2-card 6. Maybe it does go again. See?
Andrew, you're welcome. I'm glad.
Hey, what is this? Looks like a curio.
Those are tokens. They tear in half.
They made them so cute.
Yeah.
Wait, you. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
What's the name of the token?
All of them, all token.
It's a bunch of tokens.
Now
So,
this is just one of the coolest. This is a thing now.
surprise.
Look at these little guys, man.
You also notice. Yeah, you can go ahead and get in there.
Yeah.
You also notice the bottom of the cards have changed. So
yeah.
it used to be this
black
like
down there, huh?
The text down here was like in the card templating in a certain kind of way. Wow, there was a reason they did this.
I hope so.
I forgot the reason that changed. I like the name of this card, Big Bop. It's an aura. Start of your turn, +5, etc.
We need. Can we pull out the heroes? I need to see the heroes.
Yeah, okay.
Got a foil Pound Town. Wait, where are the heroes?
Dude,
Do we know?
Adrenaline Rush is back.
Do we know that we're getting heroes in the packs?
Yeah, here's one. Majestic. Adult Hero, Olympia, Prize Fighter. This is a warrior hero.
Okay.
So the young hero would presumably be half health. The first time each of your attacks wins a wager, create a gold token.
Okay. And wager is it happens. We reveal the top card of our deck. Whoever's got the highest attack gets a gold token in this wager.
Yes.
Here's Kasai.
I think.
Oh, and there's Olympia on the back. Okay.
And that's the new ability. That's not the old ability.
Oh, it is a new ability. If you've drawn a card this turn, your sword attacks cost 1 less to activate. Once per turn, banish 2 red and 2 yellow from your graveyard. The next time a weapon you control hits a hero, create a gold token. Okay. And remember, a gold token is what? Pay 2, draw?
Yes.
So it's always can cash a blue into 1 resource in a card?
There's also a ton of cards that play off of gold in this set.
Okay.
So these are the 2 warriors. Found those quickly.
There's only two.
Two of each, yeah. I got the Mandible Claw for Brute. Remember that old thing?
Yep.
And then a Guardian weapon called High Riser. It's a one-handed hammer. 3 for 3. If you draw a card this turn, +1.
I love all their weapon math. I really do. Okay, so we've got our spread. I'm just going to stack these guys up. I'm going to dig for heroes here.
Wager is if you hit, you get it. If they fully block, they get it. So if you wager a gold and they fully block you, they get a gold.
That's it. Yeah. Okay. I
There's
thought it was
another
high.
Kasai.
Is there a different card that's about the higher strength on the wager?
Yes.
I saw that early, and that kind of set my idea of wager in motion.
I'll find it for you. We all know I'm playing Guardian.
Yes, we do know that.
Clearly.
I could play Brute or Warrior. I like both of those. If it hits and Clash is revealed at the top of the Clash is the top of the deck.
There
Wager is if it hits. Got it. Okay.
Dude, look at the art on the Sheltered Cove. So cool.
Let me see.
It appeals to me.
Yeah.
It's got that elven naturey vibe going on.
You kind of got elf stuff. Here's a foil majestic. That's cool. Trounce. I'll look at that in a second. Why are we missing? We only have warriors so far.
It is our destiny.
Does that mean we need to open more until we find the rest of the heroes? Yeah. Oh, here's Betsy.
I haven't had to open.
There's Betsy and Victor. Okay, Betsy. Whenever an attack you control wagers, you may pay 2. It gets +1 in overpower. Oof.
Dude, overpower is not to be slept on and limited. It's like reverse dominate.
I guess that's right. Victor, the first time each turn you create a gold token from an effect you control, draw a card. Well, that's also, always pay attention to that. First time you would fail a clash, instead destroy a gold, put one of the revealed cards on the bottom, clash again. Okay, so spend gold, be better. And who else do we have?
They had a sealed calling this weekend.
Yeah, that's...
Well, day 1 sealed.
Number 1, man.
Day 2 was draft. I was a little sad I wasn't there.
Okay, we've got the next up. We got them all. There's Kayo and Reinar.
Yeah, I just got Kayo and Reinar as well.
Okay, good. We've made all of our stuff. Okay, let's take a look at the set. So one thing you know, I've seen this beat chest mechanic. As an additional cost to play this, you can discard a card with 6 or more power. When this attacks, if you beat in chest, create an agility token. Now, you just wish this was the Brute mechanic from the start.
Is the card called Beat Chest?
No, it's called Assault and Battery. Zach, is this like a fix of Brute?
Read it to me?
So, well, most important, there's 2 things that are really important. One is, you may discard a card with 6 or more when you play this, but you don't have to.
May. Okay, seems good.
And then the second is it's saying if you beat in chest this turn, here's the benefit, which means that all future cards that say if you've beaten chest this turn are on without you having to discard over and over and over again.
I'm with you.
It'd be like if Bolton said, if you've discarded a yellow card or if you've pitched a yellow card this turn, all of your cards are suddenly playable.
Instead of every time happening.
Instead of every time, yeah, nobody's happy.
Also, watch out for multi-class cards.
Okay.
I was stacking my cards up, and they definitely exist.
What else have we got? We've got a lot of beat chest, clash-based stuff.
And also, did you read the new Kayo?
What's that say? Is Reinar the same?
He's lost an arm. Yeah, Reinar is the same.
Okay.
He's lost an arm, so you only get 1 weapon zone.
That's awesome. Great.
Attack action cards you own get +1 while they are in any zone other than the combat chain. So if you discard a random card,
so
you're flipping from top of deck.
Work as 6s.
Yep. The first time you discard a card with 6 or more attack during each of your action phases, create a might token.
Okay. So his 5s become 6s, and his 6s create might tokens.
And his 5s.
Yeah. But his 5s become 6s. See?
Yeah. So like in a draft scenario, Kayo can draft cards that Reinar probably wouldn't. You see?
I do see. Okay. Let's just go. I'm just going to start sorting. And I'm going to call out anything that looks interesting.
Oh, no, I'm backwards. I'm just playing Guardian.
I mean, Pound Town's amazing, right? It's a 3 for 7 with beat chest. If you beat in chest, create a might token. A might token is +1. That's just 2 for 8.
Sounds like good math.
That's excellent. I just don't want Guardian at all. Okay, then we got Guardian Warrior. So how are we going to do this? Let's sort them. Let's do them like this. And then I'll do the doubles here. Guardian Warrior.
Cute little tokens.
Brute Guardian. Okay, equipment. Brute Guardian.
Pack Hunt. She's back.
Wage. Brute Warrior. Oh no, there's a bunch of different ones.
I just have all my multi-class in the same stack for now.
Well, I think I can figure this out. I've got to do a triangle.
Just take these warrior. So my sealed strategy: take the warrior and the brute cards, and you put them over here. Then you go through your multi-class cards, and you grab all the ones out that can't be played in Guardian.
See, this makes sense, right? Make a triangle.
But there's more than 3 combinations.
No, like warrior brute is here. No.
But how do you put your Guardian warrior cards? Where do they go?
There are no Guardian warrior cards, surely, right?
Like that one right there, that's Guardian warrior?
It goes right here, in between them.
Okay.
And then warrior brute.
Okay.
Brute guardian. Is that the only combinations? Did I not run my...
It's a perfect system.
It's a perfect system, Zach.
A triangle should work. I see what you're doing now.
Yeah. Brute warrior, brute warrior. Okay, let's talk about blocks. What's the point of these cards?
They can only block.
That's not the point, though. Like, why would you run them? When it's defense, if you control an agility token, deal 1 to the attacking hero. So it's a card for 4.
What's that called?
Run into trouble.
All right, so the next thing you do, you go through and you get all your 3 blocks.
Is it that old school still?
Dude, I'm just seeing how many cards I end up with using my heuristics. Hope you're doing all right, Brendan.
What's he doing now? Lorcana?
I
Is he on Lorcana yet?
texted him a while ago. Like a couple weeks ago. I think he's doing good.
Is he on a new team?
I don't know. You have to ask him. Ooh, test of strength. Block card blocks for 4.
Well, that's a 0 for 4. That's a card for 4 right there.
Yeah, that goes in.
Alex Becker's saying something that seems important.
You know, Alex is always saying something that seems important, but I can never suss out what exactly it is. Block cards aren't action cards, so they can block overpower. Overpower is just action cards.
That is important.
Yeah, that is important.
All right, so we got our
Love
cards
you, Alex. Good to see you, man.
that can block for 3 or more. Then we're going to get all our blue cards because they let us hammer for 3.
I love that all these cards are just big attacks with numbers on them.
Back to basics, baby.
Quite different than bright lights, isn't it? Like right off the bat.
Okay, so I either get to play Victor or Betsy.
My system works, but it's so devastatingly slow to sort.
Meanwhile, I'll be ready to play in about 2 minutes. All right, so the 2 Guardians. Betsy, whenever an attack, you control wages. You may pay 2. If you do, it gets +1 in overpower. Or Victor. He looks like he's a dude, man.
Jesse's got the right of it.
Jesse. Zach should have 2 piles, beef and non-beef. We're just talking about you, Jesse. Were your ears burning?
Dude, yeah, he's showing me the way, the truth, and the life. I think I'm an Avatar of Earth man. Through and through.
You Avatar of Earth and go destroy people with your grapple shots.
And my beef.
You're playing grapple shot, right?
It's that, of course. I mean,
isn't everyone in the universe playing grapple shot?
I mean, the most ridiculously powered ordinary card in the game. Yes.
And all you need to do is splash the towers you want to splash anyway.
That's right. All right, Victor Goldmane. The first time each turn, you create a gold token from an effect to draw a card. The first time each turn, you would fail to win a clash. Instead, you may destroy a gold. If you do, put one of the real cards in the bottom of its other stacks, then clash again. Okay. Okay. Let's see. How many 3 blocks do you have?
Wait. No. Wait. Jonathan, can you pull up an old Rally the Rear Guard?
Did it change?
It can't have changed. Okay, no, it didn't change. I thought it was worse. It was actually better the whole time. In my brain, it was way worse. What have you learned in your stack so far? You think this is one of those formats where you can actually like get fatigued?
I mean, I think you can always get fatigued, right?
Yeah, but like, can I build a deck that just fatigues you and like?
Well, the problem is we all have weapons.
Got it.
That can permanently keep attacking. So it's harder. Like in the last set, if you were playing Dash or Max, you could eventually run out of weapon.
Got it.
Stuff.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Which
That's
is
why
why
it probably
Tekla
feels
was so
so
popular.
right, is because you have these reusable weapons, so it's harder to be degenerately taken advantage of.
Yeah, but you can definitely run out of cards.
All my friends out there who are Flesh and Blood players, Good Flesh and Blood players, please. Because I want to win on stream. What are the best cards to be looking for here? You've done your pre-releases, you've done your sealeds, right? What are the spiciest meatballs in this set for limited? I think I've got all my armor. At least.
Also, asking for a friend. If you were a guardian, how many blues? What's the ratio we're looking for here?
It's an untainted seal experience.
Oh, nice. Wade's going to be opening it up with us.
What up, Wade?
Wade, what's up? Just got home from work. My TC case of heavy is waiting for me. I'm so excited to start opening this. Let's do it together, Wade. Let's open some cards.
I'm almost ready.
Art in the set is great.
Look at that.
What's up? Is it jittery?
It's jittery. Just on this shelf, though.
What would be causing that? Is that HDMI cord failing?
No, it does that. It's done it like 3 times.
Well, it's doing it on the monitor too, so that's especially weird.
Yeah. So we're going to stop it and start it again.
The camera?
Yeah.
Let's
Hold on,
see
guys.
that.
We're going to lose audio for just a second.
Oh, it's that. I thought it was the camera itself. We'll be right back.
Let's see where we're at here.
I think we're back. Are we back? Did that work?
We didn't just say it doesn't look jittery to us.
Weird. So maybe
Oh,
it's
really?
just our monitor.
That's crazy. We'll see about that.
Yeah, they might be a little.
Okay, here, Dr. Neo's got you.
Wild Ride, Wind Up, anything that makes agility tokens. Betsy's Specialization Headpiece. Okay. Now I haven't heard Betsy winning a lot of stuff. So
Let's see if we got that Betsy headpiece. We did not.
is she a guardian?
Yeah.
Is it the Good Time Chapeau?
That's it.
Betsy Specialization.
That's the one.
Looky here. Destroy a gold you control. So does this make me Betsy, basically?
I don't know if that's true.
Destroy a gold you control. Your next attack this turn gets, when this attacks a hero, wager a might and a vigor token with them. Go again. And then they can't win the wager because you're overpowering. That is how I would imagine it to work. Okay. And it blocks 2. I mean, that is a phenomenal, phenomenal card. And then Wage Gold. Universal. Have you seen this card? While in any zone, this is the same class as your hero. Ooh, they just not stopping with this, Zach. They bring in all the new concepts. When this attacks a hero, you may wager a gold token with them. And it's always a class card. Okay, I'll play that. Guardians are probably the weakest in this set.
Bring it.
Yeah, and so Good Time Chapeau, this action, it doesn't kill itself. It doesn't break. So you can just keep destroying gold to wager might and vigor tokens. So you're getting, is vigor go again, I'm guessing? Or is it money?
Might
it's money.
Might is +1. Vigor is resources. There is another one.
Yeah, agility.
Agility is go again.
So I get money and power. Wow. Well, let's see what that would look like.
James got you there.
What'd James say? Universal means you can buff it with attack reacts. That's right. Everything with agility tokens apparently is pretty good. Okay.
Wager. How many wagers do I have? 1, 2, 3.
Let's see what my warrior cards look like, because I like warriors.
4.
Draw a card, go again. Okay, so draw sword is obviously great for Kasai. But it costs 3. Oh, but you draw a card. Blue, draw, cancel, swing, swing. That's a 2 for 6.
I see why.
It's a 2 for 6, hard to block. What else is going on here? 2 for 7 in red. You can't really defend it. That's annoying. And you've got 1 for a pump. Easy peasy. Just need 2 blues. Okay. And next, okay, Edge Ahead, another warrior action, standard template, costs 1. Next warrior attack is +3, and when it attacks a hero, you may wager an agility token with them. Very good with the sabers, hard to block. Although, +3 is kind of the worst version of this card. It always has been with the sabers. Because you swing in for 5 to block the saber with an attack, it goes to 6. They've already double 3 blocked, unless there's a lot of 2 blocks in the set. There's a lot of 2 blocks, that can be really good. Vigorous Engagement, another 1 for 3. That is a 2 block as well. Goblet of Blood-Run Wine. 0 cost, create an agility and vigor token in blue. This seems like a great blue. If only it blocked for 3. Take the Upper Hand. Play if you've wagered this chain link. So, is there a warrior that naturally wagers? Is that Olympia? The first time each of your attacks wins a wager, create a gold token.
Yeah, because here she is. There's your other choice.
Okay. So we need a lot of wager stuff.
Go get some more water while you're figuring out your life.
Okay.
And I'm ready to clash.
Target warrior attack gets +3. If it's defended by an attack action card, create an agility token. I don't know. This seems hard. Another Draw Swords. Red this time. Draw Swords seems really important. Is Draw Swords really important? It's got to be really important.
I think people were talking.
Yeah, they are right there. But I only have 2 of them. I'm not thinking that's enough. I just don't like any of these if defended cards. They won't defend it. They take 5, they move on. Maybe that's okay. That's how you win the game. That's how you win the game, I guess.
Apparently agility tokens are a big deal.
Go again's important.
Draw Swords is for Kasai.
Yeah. Right. Okay. That seems pretty good. I mean, these are good cards. All right, let's look at Brute Warrior. Rising Speed. 2 for 5. If you've drawn, go again. I'm going to need more card draw. Wage Agility. When this attacks, you may wager an agility token with them. 3 for 7. Excellent. Yellow Wage Agility. Lead with Speed. Gets +2. Create an agility token. Okay, well this seems, I see a theme here. Run into trouble. When this defends, if you control an agility token, deal 1 to the attacking hero. Okay. Wage Agility again. Okay. Now, I'm a simple person. I don't feel like I have enough agility token stuff to like make good use of all these. 1 lead with speed, wagers in blue and yellow, and then 1 red wage agility. Rising Speed relies on drawing cards. And let's look at the generics. Are there any generic card draw cards? When you attack, you may wager a gold token with them. Okay, that's a wager card. Money Where Your Mouth Is. Stadium Centerpiece is in there. Adrenaline Rush is just a great generic. That's a good card. Bloodied Oval, generic offhand. Embrace. Another armor. I'll probably take these 2 for 6 rallies. Lunging Press is great blue. Assuming we've got hit effects. If you control no gold tokens, create 1. Okay, easy. Shelter. Performance bonus. Okay. I don't know. Is that enough wagering? Gold is card draw. This is the key thing. Thank you. Y'all nailed it. So basically, you need a lot of blues, though. If you're going to pay for gold and power return, you're going to need some blues, man.
Me?
Me. Well, us. Together, as players.
Blues are important in this game.
We're going to need blues.
I was asking for general draft input from the Wolfpack one of the first responses was like, the right ratio of blues and 3 blacks. It's like, this has not changed, has it?
Yeah, that's what you want, man. Okay. I've looked at that. That all is fine. That's in its pile of randomness. Then we've got brute. Raw meat. If you control an agi +1, if you control a might +1. So block 2. And then it could block 1 again. Oh my gosh, that's good for limited. Whoa. Wild Ride is a great red. Smashback Elhorn seems like a great blue. Create an agility and might. That's a great with go again. This is an incredible blue. It's an example of an incredible blue. In my mind, I don't know. I'm not good at this. Pound Town also seems like a great blue for Kayo. I mean, that's a pretty obvious equation. Also a great yellow for Kayo here. Pack Hunt blue. It's a blue block 3. Fine. Salt and Battery is great. In red. Bonebreaker Bella. Your next brute gets +2 or +4 for 1 for +4 with the discard. And then if you have more, it beats chest stuff. Okay, I can get there. Rawhide Rumble. Beat chest when it attacks a hero. If you've beaten chest, intimidate them. This is a great Kayo card also, of course. Bare Fangs continues to be good.
Shield tokens.
Blue Wild Ride is really not great. Beast Mode. Great for Kayo. Wow, Kayo changes the game on all this stuff, man. No wonder it's so good.
Yeah.
Blue block 3 and Bonebreaker here is solid. Assault and Battery, great. 6. Okay. Understood. Rising Power. If you've drawn, this gets +1. Good with gold. Mighty Windup. 3 for 5.
I like the art on that card.
Attack. Discard this. Create a might token. So, you're a rules guy. Tell me this. So, can you discard this after they declare blocks? You discard the attack? Create a might token?
I don't know that you can discard a card from play. Discard would be from hand, I think.
Is it always?
But I could be wrong.
Is that true? This attacks a hero, you may wager a might token with them. 3 for 5, 2 block. I don't like that at all.
Oh, dude, I got this Majestic Warrior attack reaction. One, it looks cool. It's called Up the Ante. It's an Olympia specialization, but cost X. Choose X +1. Target attack wagers an agility token with a defending hero. Target attack wagers a gold token. Target attack wagers a vigor token. Target attack gets +Y, or Y is the number of times you have wagered. This is wagered.
Yikes.
So if you paid 3, now you paid 4, you could choose all 4. Now you paid 3. So if you react with this and pitch a blue, you wager an agility, a gold, a vigor, and it gets +3. At reaction speed.
That's at reaction speed?
Yeah, it's a reaction.
Oh, no. That's real good. Well, that's real good. Where did that come from? Who's that? Is that Guardian?
No, it's a warrior. It's an Olympia specialization. That. Yeah, I'm sure you do.
Give me that.
Dog?
Open attack. Wall of meat and muscle. I don't know. That seems weird.
You talking about me not playing Olympia? Because I'm playing Guardian. I came in with a thesis.
Create a might token. Okay.
The thesis was play Guardian.
Okay, and then we've got the Good Time Chapeau. Bigger than big. At the start of your turn, destroy this. Then your next Guardian attack this turn gets +5. And when it attacks, you may wager a might token. Okay. Can you read me Betsy again? Where's Betsy? Here she is. Nope.
Here she is. Whenever an attack you control wagers, you may pay 2. If you do, it gets +1 overpower.
I might have a really strong one here. Pint of Strong and Stout. Great, obviously. Big Bop. At the start of your turn, destroy this. Your next Guardian attack gets +5 and wagers a vigor.
People were talking about that one.
Big Bop. Stacked in your favor. Your attack action cards get +3 while defending. It's an aura. At the start of your turn, destroy this, draw a card, put a card from your hand on the top of your deck. Thunk. When you win a clash revealing this, create a might token. Wallop. When you win a clash revealing this, create a vigor token. Trounce. When this defends, clash with the attacking hero. Put the revealed cards on the bottom of their owner's decks, then clash again. If a hero wins both clashes, they create a gold, might, and vigor token. Oh my gosh. Attack.
Good luck. Is that a top of deck thing? Clash?
Smack of Reality, Tower. Yeah, Clash is top of deck. If this has 13 or more power, it gets when it hits a hero destroy all aura tokens they control. Like Vigor, Might, and the other one.
You got it.
Stand ground, good.
James, I'm here for you.
Wallet, good.
Say loves the way I just dismissed 2/3 of my pool without even looking at it.
Big Bop. Continually good. And another Wallop in blue. Well, I don't know about you, but it sure seems like it seems like this maybe is the wager, a Might, and a Vigor. And then when I wager with Betsy, we gotta put you gotta pull the strings together, right? Where'd Betsy go? Where'd you put Betsy? Did I put Betsy somewhere? There you go. Whenever an attack you control wagers, you may pay 2, give it +1 and overpower. I have a feeling I'm not gonna be doing that
Colt
much.
saying discard is only from hand.
Yeah.
I had something right.
When an attack you control wagers, you may pay 2. If you do, the attack has +1 and overpower. I mean, that's a lot to ask. I mean, do I want a bunch of four resource things?
The thing is, like, you're going to have a 2-card hand to play an attack that wagers, at least.
Yeah.
And then you then have to have 2 more. So you have to have a 3-card hand to send like a 6 or 7 that gets overpower and +1.
Yeah, it's not good.
I think the play pattern with her would be something like this. Block with 3 cards, put a card in arsenal. Or block with 2 cards, swing hammer, put a card in arsenal.
Mm-hmm.
Then block with 2 cards, play the attack from arsenal, pitch the resources to give it overpower on the next thing.
Mm-hmm.
So you oscillate from these 2 3-card blocking hands with Guardian. And then you send 7 that they have to take 4 of, and you win a wager, whatever that is, because it's overpower, unless they got tricky block cards. Or armor. So that could work.
Tom's saying blues for Betsy.
Blues for Betsy.
He's saying you want at least 15 or 16 blues for Betsy. The old...
Out of 40?
30.
30. Wow.
The old Betsy blues.
Ideally 3 blocks,
Well, yeah.
obviously.
And wager is the thing where if you don't block it, I get the thing.
But she's good at that because she has overpower.
Right. So let's say, but let's just run the math here. So blue plus bigger than big.
Well, that's an aura that wouldn't trigger till next turn.
Right, but that's fine. But just math it. It's 2 cards for 5 plus a Might token. Let's just assume you win the wager. That's a 2-card 6. But you have to pay 2 more to win the wager for sure.
That 2 gets you +1.
Yeah. So that's a 3-card 7.
Where it really starts paying out is if the card you're buffing with this also is wagering.
Yeah.
So now you're getting double value.
But where's the big payoff is what I'm missing. You're like,
Block 3, swing hammer, dog.
I mean,
I'm gonna keep this real simple.
The hat says your next attack gets when it attacks, wager a Might and a Vigor token with them. So that's a +2.
Like,
This seems way too complicated for me.
I think the most realistic use of it is a 2nd cycle finisher. And you're literally, it's just about the access to overpower. Like,
So just don't do it hardly at all.
I don't know how the math works out, but Dr. Neo says good Betsy turns are 12 to 15 damage.
12 to 15 damage with overpower.
yeah, I mean, you send a 9 with the +5, you're at 14 with overpower, and they take 11.
Yeah, but how much did you pay to get there?
That's the problem with Towering Titan.
Yeah. They want it to work, though.
Because you had to have a turn where you put the 3 for 5 down, just 2 cards. Then the next turn, you have to play the big fatty. So that's like a 3-card hand, plus you have to have the resources to overpower to 4. I don't know.
It's exactly the kind of deck that I would love to run, but not right now. Okay? It's out of here.
I got drained talking about MetaZoo.
Chateau doesn't blow itself up. Yes, I know that. You know what? I'm going to play Betsy. Okay?
So we got a Guardian on Guardian.
We're gonna put it to the test, and then maybe we'll do another. I don't know.
Is the character from Money Where Your Mouth Is? But they're not playable yet. She looks awesome, and she also looks like she could break your face.
That's some good art.
Okay, so then
The perspective.
We're looking at what we said, 16, 17 blues. Is that accurate?
Because you're Betsying?
I'm Betsy.
Okay.
So I'm going to make a stack of blue 3 blocks. And we're going to start there and see where we're at.
This is what I was doing an hour ago.
Zach?
Just saying.
I could really use your support right now.
I'm just showcasing how good I am.
Just because you got to have your little wolf pack huddle and you get all these best players to be like, here are my thoughts about limited the format. And then you look at it on the Discord and be like, oh, I'm going to bring this into the I haven't really played this yet format while Steven flounders trying to figure this Betsy out using overpower like a moron.
I have no idea what I'm doing. I just know blue 3 blocks and weapons and big attacks are good. It's just limited fab.
It's just limited fab. Okay.
Remember that time we previewed Kayo on the stream for the first time?
Steven just checked you with it.
And you just like
over again?
couldn't roll anything but 6s.
Dude, I was doubling everything that day.
Like, turn 1, I'll attack you for 18.
I still remember. Okay. All right. Where are we left with here? Okay. We've made our decision. We've got our stack of these. We've got these guys, Brute Guardian. This is a great Brute pool that I'm not going to play right now, but it is what I would play if I were just doing this for
James
myself.
Armstrong, going sleeveless, animals. Yeah, man. Ain't nobody got time for that.
Warrior action. This is also seeming that I've got a couple of draw swords. That seems quite good as well. Much more comfortable there, but not doing that for whatever reason. There's that. You know, in certain ways, I kind of like to throw myself into something that I have no aptitude for. That's how I ended up here. What?
I don't think either of you drew this, but I wanted to show it to you. This is some Kayo stuff.
Yes, I've seen that. I saw that preview, and it's just
Knucklehead.
incredible. And it's just like really, I mean, it's crazy. Oh, hey, thanks, Rap Deep Bogri. I recommend looking up what reserved investments has to say about organic collectability versus mass-produced scarcity. That's a really good framing of that. Organic collectability. Wow, we've really kind of jumped the shark on life at this point, haven't we? Okay, High Riser is the weapon.
You get 2 of them.
Pitch a blue for 3. If you've destroyed a gold, it's 4.
Can you give me a top down here, John?
Sure can.
Wait, I get 2 of them.
One-handed, dog.
What if? Oh, I also have the shield. Is that worth running?
Like, what if you had a shield?
What shield is it?
Hold on. It's in one of these stacks somewhere.
I'm about to
Perfect
get...
system.
Bloodied ovals. Armor is equal to the number of opposing heroes with greater health than you. So 1. So it's blade break 1.
It's a 1 block. That's probably worth it.
It's probably better than like, unless I vigor twice or
Agility.
whatever. Agility twice.
You'd have to agility, once to be able to swing twice.
That seems real good. That's 2 cards 6.
If you have the token and the resources to do it.
And if you draw a gold, then it's a 2 card 8.
I don't know, man.
I'll take the bloodied oval. Let's get some cards on the table.
Wade, Steven is only happy when he's mired deep in the intersection of regret and existentialism.
Dang. It's like kind of devastating to hear it out loud.
Yeah. It's like when you don't have words for something and then someone gives you the words.
Yeah.
Like therapy. Been there. It's like, oh yeah. That is what's going on here.
Oh, yeah.
Dang.
I'm also going to... It's okay if I take 3 of these Rekka Rumps just to even the playing field here.
You're not playing Brute. And you got no sleeves. You're going to promo, you got a sleeve.
Okay.
Those are worth $120 right now. I'm just kidding. God.
If we printed less, maybe if we had less subscribers, then the promos would be worth more.
Okay. Concept. Raise the price. So we will have less subscribers. But they will get the extra value because we have the promo.
Because the promo would be worth more.
Easy.
I mean...
$500 subs. Here we go.
There you go.
That's not going to happen. Just to be clear. In case someone is out there and doesn't understand, we're joking.
A lot of the things we say would actually be like good decisions. And some of them would not be.
What's the mulligan rule?
Zach?
I drew 5 cards.
Have you already looked at them?
No. I mean, I did. But
you're looking at them right now.
there's 4 now.
I can see you.
I put them back, shuffled them on the top of my deck, and drew 4.
I'm playing across the zone here. I feel like I'm 1,000 yards away.
Why are you so close to me? You're at that.
I'm at the middle line.
Yeah, but where are you going to put the attacks and stuff?
Oh, right. I just wanted to line it up. I like it like that.
And
Okay, I don't even know why I'm doing these. I got to build this thing. Okay, first we're going to start with our equipment. We're running the chapeau. We've got a chest option, a leg option, a chest option, an arm option, a head option that's out, and a leg option. Okay, so we're choosing between Gauntlet of Might, destroy, create a might token, go again. 1 armor with blade break, so it's 1 value no matter how you slice it. Embrace adversity, only defend if the attack control has destroyed a might token. 2 blade break, I'm taking the 2 armor. Oh, well. Is that going to destroy a lot of might tokens, you think?
Just leave.
He did just go. That was
He
weird.
didn't say anything. You gotta go to CEO or something?
It's mainly vigor tokens. Oh, there's some might token stuff in here. So I do think, that's interesting that
Yep.
you've got enough. Does every class make and create might tokens and stuff and burn them? You probably should shuffle these. I was looking through them earlier. Sorry. Is it fair to assume this is going to happen? You're going to break a might token at some point in this game, and I can block for 2.
Pretty fair. I have the same gloves.
Or would you take this? Create a might token. Or block for 1. Guaranteed. I think this is better. I did it. Take always usable versus maybe slightly better.
All right.
Vigor Girth. Create a Vigor token. Go again. 1 blade break. That seems good. Or Stadium Centerpiece is equal to the number of... Yeah. Vigor.
Yeah.
It's just worse. Okay, and then Stand Ground. If you control Might, +1. If you control Vigor, +1. Yeah, that's better than Overcome Adversity for me. I'm in charge of my own destiny.
Dude, that's a 2-block.
This is.
If you have both tokens.
Yeah, and this is a 2-block if you have an Agility destroyed.
And it's temper, so technically if you have both, you could block 2 and then 1.
It's a 3-block. I'm into it. Yeah, I'm there.
Hot diggity dog.
I'm there.
That is a 15% life increase.
Okay, let's look at our blues. Blue 3 blocks. How many did you have?
I don't know.
I only have 2 blue 3 blocks.
That's a bummer, man.
You had more than that?
Oh,
for
yeah.
real?
Like, I had
No,
like
you
10.
didn't.
Yeah, easy.
No, you didn't.
All right, let's just look.
You're Guardian as well.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
5 is not 10.
I only have 12 blues in there.
Okay, well, I've got 2, so now we need 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I guess I'm running them all.
You have 13 2-block
Zach,
blues?
listen, man. They told me to run 15 or more blues. I got to run 15 blues.
All right, man.
What else am I supposed to do?
Play brute.
I'm going to get absolutely wrecked here, aren't I?
I have no idea, man.
This is disastrous already.
My system works every time.
Okay.
All the 3 blocks. All the red good cards.
Uh-huh.
The rest of the blues you need to get to your ratio.
Yeah.
30.
Okay, so is 15 blues enough? And then I go to 30 cards?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so let's get the reds out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
You made it.
Build a deck. Okay. So
The problem is, like, I'm sure there's more thoughtful choices to make, but until I experience something, it's hard for me to just, like, look through cards and choose, which is why my methodology is what it is. Like, I just got to get to the table and start losing.
yeah, you got to start getting. Okay. And then looking for any yellows that might be
3 blocks.
the winner.
The yellow with, like, 3 block 6 attacks are pretty good.
Yeah, it's a 3 for 5 there. Yellow. That's not quite it there. When you win a clash revealing this creative vigor. I mean, I'm going to be clashing a lot, aren't I? Isn't that what Betsy's supposed to do? No, I'm wagering.
She's betting, you see. Her
I'm
name's
wagering.
Betsy. Betsy.
Oh, that makes sense, actually.
Yeah.
Starting stake seems like a good yellow.
What do you think? What do you think, Victor? Gold main does. I'm gonna let you guess.
I'm not in a kindergarten class.
What do you think Kayo does?
Is this even good? I have no. I don't know.
What's the guy besides Kasai that's Olympia? Who knows what that guy does?
Okay, now here we go. Let's get the good cards.
I'm gonna guess he wins medals.
Boom. Boom. Boom.
He wins gold medals, man.
Boom.
It's right there in the name.
Boom. I don't even like this. I don't want this card.
What is it?
When this defends, if you control a might token, put an attack action from your graveyard on top of your deck.
What's the name of it?
Wall of Meat and Muscle. It's fine, but it can only block.
Sounds like a Beefy Boys card to me.
It can only block. I'm just gonna do it right there. 15.
I don't know, man. It's got that 3 on there.
Oh wait, no. This I need the yellow make a gold card because that turns on my hat, and my hat is the key to my victory. And let's just go ahead and put some more.
Tomb saying LSS with the pun names. Yeah, we were. It was not that long ago. I was traveling, and Matt Garner, local and friend, did not realize that the names were mostly puns, and it was very good. Like connecting the dots on like Bravo being the guy that works in the circus. It's like, and there are all sorts of them, as you can imagine.
Is Big Bop supposed to be what I do? Isn't that the idea?
Bop.
Yeah, I think so.
Big Bop is what I'm into.
It seems very good for you, yeah.
Someone said it at one point in the chat.
All right, I'll take the Big Bops.
He's
at
a
least.
big bopper.
When this hits create a gold token, I need gold too because I need to make gold to make my hat work.
Gold is good.
All right. I know it's bad. I'm just gonna run it. I'm not
James Armstrong, don't overlook the block card. It's essential to surviving against the overpower.
Well, I'm just cutting the 1. It's a red. It can only block.
I'm with you.
You don't even have overpower.
If it's a red, block 3. It's red block 4s are acceptable.
Yes.
Because any 0 for 4 is good in my book.
That's right.
It's like my grandpa used to always say, never met a 0 for 4 I didn't like. You know what I mean?
I do remember your grandpa fondly saying that. Did I ever meet your grandpa?
Surely.
His name was Shirley?
No,
Such a stupid joke.
His name was Bob. Bobby.
Was it actually Bobby?
Yeah, but we call him Bob.
All right, dude, let's fab.
I call him Papa.
Do you want to do 20?
Sure, it's under your pack. This is my life.
We've upgraded. We're now like Magic players.
You want to even Steven?
Yeah, I like that we did it in a way that nobody can see our health.
It was odd.
Odds on. You want to go first or second?
I'll go first.
Would you like to cut?
No.
It's a very precise game. Everything's got zones, everything knows where it's supposed to be. I've been in the sorcery vibe for a while, and it's kind of
loose and free.
It's so different. Okay, let's get some D6s that people can see. Because everyone's going to be asking the whole time. Alex is going to wonder, and I don't want to let Alex down.
Yeah.
Where's Ethan these days? Is he still playing Levia?
Yeah, Manset?
Yeah.
Of course.
We already got an asterisk on set.
Asterisk? What's going on?
He looked at his opening hand before deciding to go first.
Yep.
Asterisk. Judge.
Yeah.
Judge.
Yep. Yep.
Well, yeah, but look at this hot sauce turn. You ready?
Uh-huh.
We're going to swing hammer for 3. Pitching $2.
That's all?
Yeah.
Give me a sweet mulligan here.
Yep. My win condition is running out of deck. In case you didn't know.
And the only way I'm drawing a card is with gold, generally. Okay. You're doing 3, just 3. No funny business. Okay.
No funny business.
Block 4.
Wow, 2 cards. We're winning the fatigue game. I got to use the bright lights. It's just like, I'm gonna attack you first because I need to get cards out of your hand, man. Ooh, yeah.
Oh, I got a pitch too. I gotta get these out of here again.
I like that.
Okay. Well, how about this?
Hit me with it.
Let's go money where your mouth is. My next attack is +2, and when it attacks a hero, I can wager a gold token with him. I'm going to pitch a blue to do that.
What could possibly go wrong?
I have 2 floating there. And I'm going to play... well, you know, you got 3 in the hand there?
4?
In the hand?
Started.
I'm gonna pop Guardian of Might and make a Might token. Gauntlet of Might there. I don't know if that's right. You know?
I do have a thing.
What does that say? Oh, come on. So I can never pop that.
Well, you know.
I've got to block with it. Awful.
What's the one you have there?
Embrace adversity.
Rising power for 8. Let's wager a gold token. If you block it all, you get a gold. Is that what that means?
Yeah. And you know my ability. The first time each turn, I create a gold token from an effect you control, draw a card. So I wouldn't get it.
You wouldn't get it. Yeah.
But I would get a gold token.
It coming at you. Buddy?
That might would be helpful. You should have had that might. It would have been good for everybody. You know what I mean? I think you know what I mean. Okay. Well.
Oh, and the might wouldn't pop until the beginning of my next turn anyway. Okay. It's not like an instant. Yeah. I forget they went token wild.
Okay. No overpower anything.
What is Alex saying? Since you wager it, you can overpower it with Betsy. Why would I do that? There's no winning in overpowering here.
Well, if you overpower, I can only block with 1 card.
Yeah, so I spin 1 card, and what do I get in return?
+1 damage and a gold token.
Yeah, but I can't. This is a red card.
That's the real problem here. I'm gonna block for 4. Good reactions.
Pass.
I'm gonna reinforce the line to go to 8.
Oh, come on.
Give me the gold, baby.
Okay, you did it. I got 3 cards for 2. I mean, totally reasonable, right?
Yeah, I think it was great. Great trade.
Great trade. Great trade. And I get an arsenal, and then here we go, coming back in.
Yes, sir. That's worth it. That's worth it. I'm gonna pay 2. Use this here gold to draw a card.
We're cycling now.
Then I'm gonna play Rising Energy. It costs 1 less if I've drawn a card this turn.
You did it.
So it's attacking for 6.
It costs 1 less. Oh, I thought it got +1 power. Very nice. Okay, I'm just gonna try to do what the cards tell me to do.
Gustavo, it says first time each turn I create a gold token from an effect I control. Draw a card. So I didn't control his wager.
I'll block 5 and take 1.
Burst Blood.
You got it.
Arsenal pass.
All right, like I said, I'm just gonna do what they're telling me. I'm gonna play this here big bop. And then what is this? If I've destroyed a might, something, if you defend and attack, if the attack has destroyed a might this turn. That makes me not ever want to do it. I'm not ever gonna do that. All right, we're big bopping and we're passing to you. You get a full hand.
Ooh.
Hope you can't use it.
Big bopping. Interesting.
Big bopping.
Yum.
Where's my gold coming from?
Man, he's about to smack me so good.
How am I getting gold? Give me gold.
You lost the wager, man.
Is there not a? There's not a normal way to make them.
Your strategy is good.
Stick you with cards?
Guess I just gotta make you pay to keep this equal. All right. We're gonna lay down the law of red. It's just coming in for 7. We're gonna pick 2 reds and a blue. 2 floating.
I will pay.
I do not have Bummel.
Cards get -1 while defending this. What does that mean? If it has 13 or more, it does
Yeah,
not.
just blank.
Okay, we got to think about. Yeah. Okay. And then. Oh. You can't.
Can't do that.
You can't do that. You can't block 13 naturally, right? You spend all your equipment on it, and we move on.
I mean, I can't block 13.
You wouldn't anyway. You wouldn't.
I could have block cards.
I'm gonna block 2. Take 5.
Get in there.
Yeah.
I like it.
Let's block 3 with this oval because I might not have less health than you for a while. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
I can't imagine.
Big bop fires.
Big bop.
Smack of reality for 5 there.
Oh, sweet Lord.
It's not really, it doesn't even matter. You don't have any tokens, right?
Oh, man. I almost did an attack and just played an aura myself. I'm glad I didn't.
Coming at you for 13.
No overpower.
No overpower, dude. I still don't believe in it.
What happens if you win?
You destroy all auras.
No, that
And then you wager a vigor token with them.
Are you wagering?
Yeah, we got to. Don't we have to?
No, you may wager.
Yeah, I'm going to wager. Yeah, block 13, dude. Come on, bring it on. You got 8 in hand. 9. Can't do that. 9.
I'm going to block 5.
Okay.
How many do I take?
5 minus 13.
8.
Yeah.
I can math.
And then I'm going to arsenal this card. And then, yeah, that's it. I could use the overpower to get 14 if I wanted. But I'd have to spend a card to get +1. There's no world where that's correct.
It makes sense if you can kill me.
Yeah. Okay, we're all, the crowd's got me wiling out here.
It's like Bravos dominate. Unless you have a hit effect that's worth a lot, or you're going to kill them.
Yeah.
You don't really use it.
There's no way I'd spend a card on that or their arsenal, that bad boy.
All right, Vigorous Wind Up. Coming 8 for 7. Blank text. We're fabbing now. It's a 3 for 7.
Oh, man. Okay, we can get into this.
Hey, it's a good point. Bumble J saying it makes sense for 4 cost attacks.
Bumbleclot.
If you're pitching for 6 and you have 2 floating, it's like free value. Pitch 2 blues to play a 4 cost attack.
Yes, the 4 costers makes a lot of sense. Oh, it was the yellow. I'm sorry, it was the yellow pump.
Okay,
that's why everybody's freaking out. It was the yellow pump. 3 for 7.
Apparently you have a vigor, Steven?
Oh, I wagered, and that therefore I get a vigor. I
Didn't
won.
realize this was a 5-on-1.
I won the wager.
Just kidding.
Oh, well, this changes actually everything.
Money.
Okay. Well, we'll have to do it different then. I'll play that game. Okay. 1, and then we got 2, and then whenever an attack control wagers, but it wouldn't wager. Neither of these wager. Got it. Okay, then we may as well do this. The vigor will happen, but it wouldn't matter, Zach, and that really
Yeah, there's value not getting consumed here.
Oh, but I can. Okay.
Very un-American of you.
So I can pitch to the. Okay. I can pitch there, play that. I still get to swing the hammer back at you for 3, and that seems acceptable. So I'll block 5, take 2.
You got it.
So I get stuck in the trap. I wanted to use my cards.
Well,
And that's a devastating.
that's a fair desire.
Vigor pops. I get a token. You could be really good at this.
Yeah.
It's like so obvious that you could be good at this. Oh, it doesn't have go again.
That you could be good at Trab.
You could be so good at this particular format. It's like devastating. Okay, Zach, I'm gonna do that differently. Yeah, sorry.
Asterisk.
I'm gonna block an extra 1 with the starting stake instead.
So you take 1 less damage.
So I take 1 less damage.
Okay.
And then
That's the thing you thought I'd go again.
yeah, my turn is sadly just gonna be
Hammer time. I'm excited about what comes next.
there's nothing fun I can do with all this money. It's really a bummer.
Boom.
Bigger than big. At the start of your turn, destroy this. Your next attack is +5, and you wager a might token with them if you want. I'm on arsenal here.
All right.
We're max slapping.
Okay. Let's play the game. I'm going to play a blue money where your mouth is. +1, and the next thing I can wager a gold. Then we'll play a red adrenaline rush. So it's coming in for 8. And if it hits, I get a gold. If it doesn't hit, you get a gold.
Do we have any attack reactions in the set?
Pummel.
No, you don't. There's no pummels here, right?
All right.
Is there really pummel in this set?
I don't know.
There's no way. You crazy.
Brute Guardian set without pummel? Would it even be a set? Playing pummel games now.
Quit pummeling games with.
I'm pretty sure pummel's not in this set, unfortunately.
And I get a gold token, which I can then use. Destroy it. You may wager might and vigor. Well, that's just. It's just. Oh, my hand is entirely 3 blocks or 2 blocks. So I can't win the wager.
Yes.
I hate this sometimes, man.
You got armor though. You can get there maybe.
1, 2.
Oh, lunging press
3,
is in the
4.
set.
Dude, if you lunging press me, I would freak out.
You block 8 with all your cards and like, poke.
I would freak out.
Lunging press so classic. It was in the Ira deck, right? The original demo deck. It's like one of the few ways you can like get them.
Okay, so let's just stick to fundies here. This goes here. And then I can block with these cards and still do something. Yeah, I think I've got to do that. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right, I'm doing this, okay? If you have a lunging press, I literally will leave the room. There you go. Here's 8. You say 8, I send 8.
Good reactions?
Yep.
Pass.
Pass.
You get a gold.
Okay. Get a gold. Where's the gold? There they are. Okay. Now watch out. Here comes Betsy. Gold. Destroy it. My next attack. When it attacks a hero, wager might and vigor tokens with them. Bigger than bold happens. Chapeau happens. Oh gosh.
What are you goshing? Did you make a mistake?
This is so hard. This game is so hard, Zach.
You're just trying to be too fancy.
I have to have less health than you.
You don't. What do you need less health for?
The adrenaline rush. It's a complete waste of time otherwise.
How far are we going back?
Take your gold.
Ah, yes.
Take your gold.
I draw a card too.
I'm gonna take 4.
So you gotta take some in the teeth to do your thing.
Yes. So then we bigger than big, and we adrenaline rush.
And you're not doing this.
Pitching. No, I can't do that. So we're coming in for 7 plus 5, which is 12.
No overpower.
No overpower.
And what do I get if I fully block it?
This is wagering a vigor might token.
And that's it.
That's it. Yeah.
How many are you taking for?
7 plus 5, 12.
12. Okay, let me see if I can get there. I can get there.
Yeah, take your might token.
Okay, we're gonna do a couple things here. I'm gonna block with a blue Rally Rearguard.
Okay.
And
I think that looks like we ruined your day.
oh, yeah, I'm not gonna do that. You're gonna have to rethink your life. So bigger than big only works in Guardian attacks. So Adrenaline Rush specifically is not one of those things. Steven's having a hard time. Who even knows what the score is anymore?
I don't have any guardian attacks.
What up, Ian?
Okay, so here's what we'll do. We'll swap this in for this bad boy. And then we'll do a wage gold with this guy. This is gone too. So basically swap the 2 block that I block with for this blue instead, and I won't get an I'll keep this in the arsenal instead of arsenaling the thing.
Universal, so it's Guardian. It's the yellow version though, so it's a 6.
So this makes it a guardian, right?
Yep. 6 plus 5 is 11.
11. And I can wager a gold token with you, but I don't want to.
You don't have to. Are you wagering a might token?
No. Well, yes. Yeah, I'll wager it all. I mean, make you block, right? Ditch your cards.
Okay. It's 11.
11. Oh, this works on the hammer? Well, that's so much better than all of it. The words on the cards, there's a couple of just really choice words that matter so much. Attack action card. Attack.
You have less life than me now.
That's right. A genius move, I know.
Yeah. Big brain.
Why did I choose the overpower hero? Like a moth to flame, dude.
I concur.
Like a
what are you wagering?
I'm wagering a gold and I might.
Okay. You might. We're gonna block with a blue Rally Rearguard still. I'm gonna block with a Test of Strength. So it says when this defends clash with the attacking hero, the winner creates a gold.
Okay, is that the top one?
So we're gonna reveal the top card of our deck.
2.
Mine's a 4. So I win. We'll create a gold, which will draw me a card because of my ability, because I control that effect. Then I will activate this, discard a card.
It's like you're operating a 747 over there. I'm taking off a freaking bush plane over
for
here.
For
+3.
So I'm blocking for 9.
That's not enough.
I'll take 2.
And I get a gold and a might.
Yep.
Well, I could turn it around.
All worked out.
I mean, my arms want you to use that might token. You get +1, I get 2 blocks. So it's a...
No, that's 1 in your favor, in fact.
Yeah, but it's not that great.
Now that I know those things apply to the hammer, man, that's what you should do. Swing the weapon every time, right?
Hammer time. We're going to go red over the top for 6.
Okay. That's it?
Easy peasy. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Red over the top for 6. And this is fine, and this is fine. Your next brute or guardian attack. Okay, important words. This hits, you play it from the arsenal, and then you may wager a might token. Okay, got it. And I'll have +1, and I can do the stuff, and then I'll do this.
James Armstrong, how is it that the only card Zach looks at in his pool have miraculously made a viable deck?
Wager the might and
you just got the goods, you know?
And you're going to go +2, no block, 3. What's that say?
They're equal to the number of opposing heroes with greater life than
3, 4, 5, 6. There's no way. So if we can just do this and this and hold on to this, can you block 7, 8? Can you block 8? 2, 3. Unlikely. 8. Okay. I wish I had another blue. If I had another blue, this would be a good turn, actually. Take 4.
Okay. Arsenal pass.
Might. All right, good time, Shappy. Gold token destroyed. This is now here. I'm gonna play Wage Might, pitching blue to pay for it, pitching yellow to pay for overpower +1. Coming in at 8, wagering a might, and a vigor, plus the might applies is 9. Coming at you for 9.
9 with a bunch of...
And
hits.
overpower.
Overpower.
9 overpower if it hits. I get 2 mights and a vigor. I appreciate that board game wrap. LOI was 100% Steven at pre-release weekend. Slowly but surely learning all these new cards the hard way. Yeah, it's the only way you can do it. What's this guy doing here?
Oh, that's for my attack from earlier. 2, 5. Go to reactions.
Pass.
Pass.
Take 4. And I'll take a might,
Everything.
a vigor, and a vigor. Really? Look at me go. No, a might, and a vigor.
Double might. He just might. Got him.
Okay. We love it. It's the greatest game on earth. Okay, this thing is in my arsenal, and we're going 4 cards, and we're going to seal the deal here.
All right. I'm going to play Pint of Strong and Stout, create a might and a vigor token.
This is the easy way.
Yeah, might token.
What?
It's got to go again.
I had to go through all of that?
He just did it the easy way. Might and a vigor. So those will be around for next turn. And then I'm going to play Mighty Windup. So it's just coming in for 6.
Okay.
Lethal.
Yeah, that's fine. I hate this card.
Gustavo asking how we're enjoying heavy hitters. This is the first time I played heavy hitters. But I enjoy it so far. Anytime I get to play a Guardian, I'm usually pretty happy. Anything but Mac. That's not true.
I'm going to really hate my hand at the end of this game.
Oh, you're just about to kill me.
I'm going to hate this hand.
Oh, I just...
8, 9. But I need to be able to wager, and I don't have a gold token.
And borrow one of mine?
Dude, you need to stop that.
Stop it! I'm afraid you're just going to kill me with overpower.
Yeah, I would be afraid of that too if I didn't have all blue 2 blocks that aren't even guardian attacks in my hand. That would be cool.
That is a bummer,
Like a
dude.
play hero for once is just fundamentally fine.
You got the hammer.
I've got the hammer. Don't forget the hammer. Okay. Well, we've got to get value here. When this hits, if this has greater than just throw a card in their arsenal, it's good.
What up, Ted? Saying just hopped in. Looks like I missed a lot. Run it back.
Okay, this goes in. This we pitch. And then we go 4, 5, 6, because I control Might and Vigor.
You got it. Arsenal brass.
And this has got 1 boop on it. Okay, here we go. 2 mites and 1 money. I've got to take 2 more there, buddy.
Why?
1 more. It's not important. I'll block with this 3 instead of that 2. And take 1. So pull 1 back.
Gain a life.
Yeah, I lost a life.
I may have looked at my opening hand, but you tell me which one's more important.
I got 1 because I need to play this here. Adrenaline Rush for 9.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. It's the same problem as last time.
Yeah. I get it.
Let's destroy this Gauntlet of Might first. And make a Might token so that I can get more use out of my armor.
Yeah. Checks out.
And then I'll just bring this one back. So it's 9 coming at you.
Okay.
And I can't Betsy it because I'm not wagering. 2 left technically. That's the way I see how it's supposed to work though. Are you fatigued yet?
No. I'm gonna block 6, take 3.
Okay. We're dancing it down.
I have the angel on my shoulder named Michael Hamilton. So
Play the value.
Block the extra card. A vigor token. If I hit, I get a vigor token. Let me think I'm gonna do that. So it's coming in at 8.
What's that one?
Wage vigor. Coming in at 8. You're gonna have to block. I will not wager. So it's just coming in for 8.
Oh yeah?
Yep. And I have less life than you. Putting it out there.
Yeah.
Just reminding you. For abilities, or if you decide you want to be less life than me to get some other effect.
Oh, come on, man. I hate every card I put in this thing. Okay, the next attack that wagers. I don't have any attacks that wager. Man.
Jesse says, the way Zach says, that's a bummer, dude, but it sounds like it's not a bummer at all.
I know. Yeah, I've dealt with that my whole freaking life. No pressure dealing with this. Create a bigger token. Me. Okay.
I still think you're going to win.
I mean, I'm doing my best. What is this?
You just need to get that Betsy on line.
I'm worried that this is all just garbage blues.
It definitely is everything you
Because
pitched.
starting about right here, maybe here, is where I've just been pitching absolute garbo.
I'm pretty sure I haven't seen these two. So you should be about to hit your pitch stack.
Yeah, it's just, and that's like not where you need to be right now.
Yeah, you didn't pitch reds early like I did?
Zach, I'm trying to learn something here. Okay, how much armor you got over there?
If I have less life than you, I've got 2 armor.
Okay, that won't be a problem.
Which one's that one?
Grandstand leg plates gets 1 armor value for every hero that has more life than me. I should have used that earlier.
You're coming in for 7.
8. Plus 1.
2, 3, 4.
Mm-hmm.
Taking 4.
Okay.
Anything else fancy here?
That's it. Or at least on my side.
Okay, that's all gone. That's helpful. Clean the board up for me.
So you have 1 life. Don't forget that.
I have 1 life. Yeah, 1 life.
I just almost did the same thing.
Okay, Mike cracks. I wish the colors of these cards were different. Pitch a blue. Leave a power. Next Brood or Guardian attack is +3 and create a might token. So I got a little rune chant that's not popped here. Then, wait, I did that wrong. This one. Then we'll play this one. Pitching here to make the money. And we will wager a might token. It's coming in at 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Overpower.
No. Oh, I would love to. You can't pay for it. I don't have the cards in the hand to freaking pay for
devastating.
this thing, man.
9.
If this was a blue, you better bet. You better.
What are you wagering?
Might token. Oh, the chapeau's got temper. Oh my gosh. Guys. Whoa. How does this... This is so good.
We don't know.
That's crazy. Huh.
That's a good time.
I'm going to block 9.
I'm lunging for 10.
Take 1.
I'll get my might token, buddy. Coming back in hot.
He had the juice.
Back to me.
That's my turn.
Yeah, it is your turn. It's your turn now.
Right. Vigor and might happen.
My greatest fears are being realized.
I'm going to pay 2 to use the gold and draw a card.
You've got that much gold?
I had 2 gold, yeah.
Where did you get it all
Just
from,
money
man?
making machine. Then I'm going to swing High Riser.
Okay.
Cost me 1 less because of my... Or I had 1 floating from Vigor, I guess.
Sure.
So it doesn't really matter. But I've drawn a card this turn, so it gets +1 there. And then a might token gives a +1. So we're coming in at 5.
That's a good amount.
Sounds like 2 cards to me. Maybe 3.
How do I...
You got that hat.
How do I draw a card?
My worst fears are coming true. Usually it's a gold token that draws, you know?
Yeah, I see there's one way for me to win here. I would need to win 2 clashes. Let's try it.
With all those juicy blues you got in your deck.
All right. Block with Trounce and trade in.
Okay, blocking
This
5.
defends clash with the attacking hero. Put the revealed cards on the bottom of their owner's deck. 5.
Mine's a blank. However, the first time each turn I would fail to win a clash card, I can instead destroy a gold token. If I do, put one of the revealed cards on the bottom of my deck and then clash again.
What's that card?
It's Victor Goldmane's ability. So I'm going to clash. We're going to put this on bottom.
I like how utterly hateable that character is. Just instantly.
Just look at him.
Instantly.
So we're going to clash again. Your card stays the same.
Yeah.
Also 0.
That's right. And they go to the bottom. So I'm screwing up your pitch stack, see, 2. And then we clash again. 5.
Why are we clashing twice?
It says it. That's what the Trounce says.
Blank.
And then it says, if a hero wins both clashes, they create a gold, might, and vigor token.
What?
Ooh, you got trounced.
Does this go on the bottom? The card that I just revealed? We just put it
Nope. No, that stays. It's just the first one, put the revealed cards on the bottom, second one, clash again.
Okay.
So we get a gold, a might.
That's
vigor.
what old Steve Arini needed.
And that is what I needed. You got a might token for me, my buddy?
Yeah, there you go. You got 3 might tokens?
Dude, get ready for the pain.
How did that happen?
You're about to get overpowered into the next century.
Yeah, I have that feeling.
Is it? That's only if I can wager, though. I don't think I can wager anything. Wait, what is this? Was this my
pitch?
That's the thing that I clashed with. I guess I should look at this. This is important. Okay. Okay. I think we're here. So we
This all pops.
draw. And then okay, so the vigor comes in.
That lets you wager.
The hat lets you wager, that's right. And can I wager on an attack? Just any attack. Your next attack. So I can wager with a hammer. And I can overpower a hammer. That's great. That's exactly what we need. Okay, vigor has popped. It makes me 1 money. Okay.
We got problems.
Let's discard this gold
Surely you can win this.
to wager.
You're gonna hammer me for 7 with overpower.
Yeah, that might not win. I don't know if that wins.
Have you seen my pitch stack?
Wager. And then let's pitch here for a hammer. I haven't drawn a card though.
You did with the gold token.
No, because you have to spend it to wager with the good time hat.
Oh.
So like, there's a part of me that wants to.
It's still 6 with it.
No, yeah, I still have to get the overpower somehow. Because I'm thinking if I draw this card, it's a wager card. But then I have to pitch, and I have no money for. I'm 1 away from.
Because you need to wager and pay for her.
I need to wager and pay for her. Somehow.
This is pretty good though.
It's not bad. Yeah, it's not bad. Let me see if there's any other weird way to do this. Wager. I'm 1 away, Zach. I'm 1 away. Why did they make them all 3 cost? If they were all 2 cost wagers, and then I could get a gold or a vigor money, and then.
I feel like it was intentional.
All right, 6 overpower. I'm gonna pitch here to do it. So I've got 1 floating. I can do nothing with. Vigor's been absolutely worthless.
What are you doing?
6 overpower.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna use my hat.
Oh, and there's a wager on the line too. We're wagering a gold or a might and a vigor token.
I'm gonna pay 3 and draw with my hat.
Okay, you digging?
Definitely.
What's the name of the hat?
Glory Seeker. I need to go to the bathroom real quick. Block for 3 and die.
Hey, that was easy.
I had a bad feeling. That's exactly what overpower's for though.
Betsy gives you +1 if you're overpowered.
What'd you say?
Oh, Betsy gives you +1 if you overpower. That was where the 7 came from.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna play Brute real quick. Let's do a Brute game.
All right.
Jonathan, if you gotta go, go.
I got 30 more minutes.
We just won't pop cards, and that's acceptable. All right, so I'm gonna pull out my Brute cards.
I used all my block early.
Did you pay for Betsy abilities on that last one?
Yeah, I had the blue in hand.
Okay.
I didn't actually pitch it down, but I did have the blue in hand.
Okay. So you got High Riser and Betsy?
No, so pitch the blue to swing the hammer, pitch the blue to make Betsy.
Okay.
Yeah, I had 2 blues in hand, which we know because it's the only cards I had left on my deck.
That double wager was pretty cool.
That hitting is the only way that
What was that
wins.
card called? Trounce?
Double, yeah, trounce.
Here it comes.
That's
Good luck, too.
crazy. Okay.
I had 2 chances at 1.
I know, it's like, it was an absolute miracle.
My next hand was loaded.
Steven, if it does go past 5, I'll switch that monitor to OBS and give you the mouse.
Okay. Cool. Brute. I feel like Brute's gonna be very good.
Get trounced.
I felt like I really wanted to make more gold than I was able to make, but it also felt okay because it's like your opponent gives you ways to make it. There's got to be some clever strategies here.
Well, there's a couple cards that just create gold, but a lot of them are wagering.
Yeah, I think that's what they wanted, right?
Yeah, but you can opt out of that by just not ever wagering.
So is the claws my only option?
Yep.
Man, I hate that. I like Club Brute. It's the hottest new club in the Savage Lands.
What's that raw meat doing there?
Oh, right. It goes here. All right. Oops.
Old raw meat.
Okay, so here's all my Brute cards.
Bumble asking how we feel about Wager and Clash. I think they're good.
They're super fun. It almost feels like an entire game could be built around that mechanic.
Yeah. And I think it's a way to make 3 for 6s and 7s feel very different. And I like the particularly the wager piece, because you're basically betting them. It's like you can block it and get this benefit. I think more on block effects that aren't controlled by the blocker is a really good space for Fab to play in. Because we've seen limited formats where you're incentivized just to not block and attack out every turn. So making blocking worthwhile is a good balance.
Okay. I think we've got everything that we need. All of our Guardian and Guardian Warrior. It's funny I'm not even playing Warrior. It's like, that's my preferred class. What am I doing? What am I freaking doing? I could also play the shield here instead of the... I don't know how much that go again on Claw is going to matter without Blood Rush.
Yeah, I don't know how much action point.
Are you Reinhardt or Kayo?
Kayo, I think. Everyone says Kayo is the jam.
He's only got one arm.
Oh yeah, you can only run one arm.
Oh, right. Bloodied Oval. I guess that's kind of writes itself. Okay,
Yeah,
here's...
look at that. So one thing they did that was really clever in the set, there's young and adult Marvel versions of each of these heroes that look like that.
Cool. That seems smart. Like, that seems right.
The back is a normal with cold foiling on it. Or the front.
Okay, let's separate us into blues and reds.
What up, Chris Gilbert?
And Zach, I know it's a kind of a monumentally insane decision, but I'm gonna grab all my 5 and 6s and run those.
That seems smart.
And then I'm gonna run any other 3 blocks that I have, and I think that's about how my deck's gonna get built.
Also seems valid.
If I have any. Let's find out. Okay, so red's worth running. Lead with power, fine. Wage Might is a 7. Lead with power, fine. I wish that blocked for 3. Rising Power, whatever.
A limited players most spoken sentence.
I don't want that. These are all good attacks, all good.
James saying you can get a fair number of agility tokens to get go again on the claws.
Okay, then run into trouble seems good. If you draw on a card, this gains go again. I don't know if I'll ever draw a card. And then we've got the 5s. Wage Gold is good. Bone Breaker is not. There's a 5.
Yeah, I think there's a case to be made for that, Nathaniel. Saying Brian Golly, one of the designers, / developers, has said there needs to be more variance in RNG, random number generator, in the game. Mm-hmm. And it said clashes hit that while still staying within Fab.
3, 3, 3.
Chris saying just finished watching Christopher Robin after an old mention from Zach in an old video. That was the Ewan McGregor live action. Still, I love that. I love that film. Peak Winnie the Pooh.
How many blues do we need in Kayo? How many 3 costs we got?
12.
A few, not too many. Let's go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20.
His comment on the screen.
122, 23. Let's go 24.
Yeah, that's strange. I see him over on mine.
Yeah. Chris is continually not loading. Like, it's been a lot of streams. It's been like that. Must have that extra privacy protection.
5,
switches.
26,
Could have some weird thing for
27,
like, with his avatar somehow. I don't know.
29.
Yeah, I'm with you, Nathaniel.
And let's go 30.
Winnie the Pooh is in the top 5 most valued brands.
Isn't it either
above Disney
recently
Or above Mickey.
or like about to be public domain?
I don't know. You can only
I think it is because there's that Winnie the Pooh kind of horror film that happened, which is always what happens when things go public domain.
Yeah. The first thing.
Yeah, it's like, all right, let's first step. Who's making the horror film?
I don't think I have a hat. It's a bummer.
Your head's gonna get cold.
No brute hat. I think I want raw meat for sure. Gauntlet of Might works with raw meat. Overcome Adversity, I think, is not as good as the other boots that I had, but they might have been Guardian boots exclusively. Let's find out.
James said play maybe more than 30 cards in brute because you're discarding so much.
Good point. Let's see if we get there.
Nathaniel saying old school Winnie the Pooh went public domain.
There you go.
See if there's any equipment there worth running.
There's not. Compared to what you're already running?
Yeah. Okay, looks good. Looks real good. Yeah, that was Guardian only. Okay,
Yeah, I think I would play what you're playing.
that's what we got. All right, Betsy, see you later. Let's do a nice little round of
Bye bye, Betsy.
bye-bye, Betsy. All right, Kayo, where are you? There you are. So, if I have one weapon zone, attack actions get +1 while they are in any zone other than the combat chain. So they always discard for 6 in my deck.
Just a clash for more.
First time you discard a card with 6 or more, create a might token. Ah, yeah, sick. Love it.
He looks awesome.
That's true.
The old one-armed brute.
He's just a straight old, just fundies. And now I've heard a lot of rumors that just play Kayo is kind of the limited solution advice.
The problem with that, at least in draft every time, that might be true in sealed. It's kind of like in bright lights. It was sort of in sealed you should probably be playing Teklo 95% of the time. But in draft, once people figure that out, it's like, well, 4 people at the table are drafting it. And when they mix up packs specifically, sometimes it's really bad. Or like when you have, we have 6 heroes, 3 classes. You want to go first?
Odd.
I'll go second this time.
Okay.
It's really easy when 4 or 5 people are drafting one thing for the other decks to be very good.
Okay, so this is the classic. Do you even attack on the first turn? I don't think so. I don't think so. So I will pass Arsenal here. Draw.
Okay. Over to yours truly.
Over to yours truly.
And you're on the KO machine. Bigger than big. We'll pitch here. At the start of my next turn, I destroy it, get +3, and I can wager a might token with you. Then I will Arsenal and pass.
Okay.
Hit me.
Okay. That's fine. Let's go lead with power. Creates a might token. Pitch a blue. 2 floating. Then we do. If you've discarded a card with 6 or more. Yeah. Then we'll go wage agility. Pitch. Pitch here. So coming at you for 10, we're going to wager an agility token.
I'm gonna block 5. Take 5.
Look at an agility. I'm gonna arsenal this bad boy. Arsenal that bad boy.
Okay. This pops +3, and I can wager a might token. And then I'll send a vigorous wind up for 10, and I will wager a might token.
I'm wagering a might. All right, what do I have coming up? At the start of your turn, I've got agility and might. Okay. And you're sending 10, and you're wagering what?
Might.
Okay. So what we really want to do is have a blue, which we do not. So we instead will be sad. So we'll pitch here and here. That'll cover both
Cheers,
of those
Brent.
bad boys.
She says subscription Heavy Hitters box is delivered.
Sweet.
Appreciate the subscription. Enjoy.
Rawhide Rumble is going to come in. We go here. 10, huh?
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's just go 3 and then 4, 5, because I got both tokens. And then I'll take 5.
You got it. We'll get a might token. Trade and swing for swing.
Swing for swing, man. All right, next attack has go again. Next attack has +1.
Yeah, I think so, Nathaniel. Saying 3 classes seems to be the balance they want moving forward. I really like the 3-class 6 hero setup. Outsiders is really good for that reason too. And like with the multi-class cards and some generics. It's a really nice drafting experience particularly.
Let's pitch Claw for 4.
Way to go again.
The might and go again, yep.
No block.
Okay. And then we'll pitch Rising Speed for 5.
No hit effect.
No hit effect.
We'll block here, take 2.
You got it.
Gotta get those armor in that only work.
I know, it's like, it kind of makes you do it a certain way, doesn't it?
Okay, my might token pops. I'm gonna play a blue Money Where Your Mouth Is from Arsenal. I'm gonna play a red Money Where Your Mouth Is from hand.
Hello.
And then we're gonna play a Wage Vigor, which I will go ahead and wager.
Yeah.
So it's 7, 10, 11, 12 coming at you.
Isn't this this isn't an aura. It's just on the moment.
On the moment.
How much you blocking? You doing that?
12.
Did you destroy an agility this turn?
I did not.
But you have no arsenal like a fool.
That's right.
Okay.
But if this hits, I will get 2 gold, draw 2 cards, and get a bigger token.
You draw 2 cards?
Effects I control that give me a gold draw.
Is it the first time?
First time. So I draw 1 card. So I would have an arsenal.
This is crazy.
Yeah. Old big number Victor.
Well, I can't block it all.
I figured.
Okay. So our turn looks like this, and then this. I mean, you're at 9 over there, so like I feel like I've got to just kind of put some heat on here. Oh, man. What is this? That's good. Problem with Fab, you got to know what you're doing next before you can block.
You mean the beautiful thing about Fab?
Yes. Beaten chest, create a might token.
What a dance. Brent, they really did nail the punchable face hero.
They totally did. Yeah, in fact. Okay, so there's no goodness here. Okay, you got it.
Hold on, let me start compiling my winnings.
Yeah, I'm gonna block 3 and take how much?
9. So we get a vigor, gold. I'm drawing a card. And a gold.
That's good.
Good value, good value.
You play a punchable face here really well, I gotta tell you.
Hey, man. Sometimes they're just built for it, you know?
That big heal energy. Okay, let's go Gauntlet of Might, destroy, create a might token. Let's go Wild Ride for 2. Pitch. 1 floating. When this draw a card, discard a random card. If it's a card with 6 or more, it gets go again. Well, wouldn't you know it? Because of Kayo's ability, it's a 6.
So it's coming in for 6 going?
6 go again, yeah.
Oops.
No wagering here.
No wager happening.
How much life do you have?
I have 6.
So, I don't know. It smells like a hammer to me, or a claw. I'll block 2, go to reactions.
Pass.
Red, reinforce the line.
Okay.
Block 6.
Blocked 6. He did it. Okay.
Got a might coming soon.
Mike?
Might.
Make a might from Kayo. First time you discard a card, oh yeah, you get a might. Well, that's great.
That's pretty good.
That's really good. Oh my gosh. And beat chest is a specific mechanic that is separate from discarding a 6. It explicitly has to be through chest beating.
That's right.
Can't we just call discarding a 6 for the effect a beating chest?
We could.
A chest beating.
But they elected not to. Know what I mean?
Yes.
You know what I
Alright,
mean.
Yeah, come on. Here you go. Have 3 there.
Man, I called it.
What a genius.
Just
Who
big,
could have seen that coming?
I'll block 3.
Okay. You got the old setup turn, huh? Or the 3 for 7. I'd say also a good turn. Acceptable.
Look at you, big brain. 3 for 7. He's a genius. More like he can predict the future. Technically, I have 1 resource floating, but it doesn't matter.
Did you destroy an agility token yet?
No, it was a vigor token, though. You'll notice the distinct lack of agility in the Guardian class.
Yeah, I sure do.
They're more beef than agile, you know?
Classic.
Yeah. We got that double mic coming.
Yeah.
That's a thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Did you block for this? You blocked for 2?
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Had the double. It's coming back though.
Right here?
Yeah. I mean, I hate it. Let's block 6, take 1.
You got it.
What's that armor you walk with?
Raw meat.
Yeah.
Just thudded right into it. Might. I roll the dice here. Bare fangs. Draw and discard.
Whiffertons. So 6, 8. 8. What would you have gotten if you'd hit?
10.
Ooh.
Eight. Don't even have to block it. Don't even get the might token for Kayo. You know, guess this one turned the other direction. Oh, I do need both tokens to block again with that, so it'll just sit here. That's easy to forget. So it has a -1 token on it, so even if it gets +1 from the might token that you have, it's still 0.
Gotcha.
So less good than I thought.
Oh, so now you're 4 health.
Yeah. Easy picking. You can keep the whole hand, man. It's so bad.
I could.
It's so bad.
I don't think I will. All right. How much is it coming for?
8.
8. Let's block.
You know, Betsy's just better than Kayo. Is it Kayo? Is it supposed to be Kayo, right?
Yeah. 100%.
Kayo is like the scholar name. When Kayo retires, he becomes Dr. Kayo.
I'm going to block 3, take 5.
Sure.
No, not doing that. No, let's 5. Yeah, that was the math I was originally doing. Okay. I'm going to block 6, take 2. That's actually, yeah.
Okay. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it.
I'm just going to hammer for 3.
Did you just draw an agility token yet?
I did not. No.
Okay. Well, now we actually have some decisions to make. What I really want to be able to do is go again. Any amount of go again.
I can imagine that would be good.
Yeah, any amount of it.
That's the brute problem, isn't it?
Yes. Okay. And the card I want to play is the 3 block. I'm seeing the problem here. Yep, that's how they designed the game like this.
Just block 2, take 1. Easy.
No, no, no. I refuse to do that. Okay, so that at least gets me a okay. Pitch, and then we throw a 6 here. We block 3 here, and then we throw this into the pile. Acceptable. 3, and then we do pitch, get the thing, get the card in the arsenal. 3 there.
You got it. Arsenal this.
Better start swinging. Oh, man. Pound Town for 5. It's blue. I'm going to beat chest with this here. It's going to discard a 6. It's going to make a might token. Wait. For Kayo. And then beat chest is going to make...
Discarding a 6 somewhere?
Yeah, I did this one. Oh, sorry.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's why I was confused.
Yeah,
Sorry.
yeah,
What's happening?
So Pound Town, beat chest, discard this 6, make a might for Kayo, and then I've beaten chest this turn, so when this attacks, I create a might token.
Okay.
And I'm coming at you for 5.
No overpower, no go again.
No. If you can believe it.
I can. Okay. I'm gonna block 5.
You got it. That's why I didn't want to wager. Because you're going to win the wager.
Makes sense.
All right, what's next?
Mighty Wind Up for 6. Yellow.
You have a lunging press in there?
I don't know. Sure would be nice, wouldn't it?
Okay, I've got some maths to do. Well, I'm going to block with this for sure because it's a complete waste of time.
Okay.
And then I'm going to decide if I need to block with more things.
Man, if you had an agility token, that would be amazing.
You'd be sick.
It's
Okay.
5 o'clock. Oh,
It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
goodness.
Okay. We do that for that. And then we do that. So that accounts for this. Let's just do that there. And then do we want to do anything fancy here? No. I can't beat chess. I don't have enough freaking cards.
The other brute problem.
So, oh man, 6. 6 might be 8. Pitch that. Okay. Block 6.
You got it.
Might cracks. Let's do this. You got your full hand. You got gold. You got all that business.
Gold for days.
9. Sure. Let's wager a might for 9.
What's a might do?
+1. Seriously, we're at the end of this game. What's a might do? The thing we've been using every turn. Oh man.
I'll block
Fab
for
goes deep, man.
I'll block for 9.
All right, you got it. This is yours. I give it up to you.
Thank you, thank you.
It's better on the defense.
Hammer for 4.
That's right. That's right, baby.
A Guardian Classic.
Thank you.
Cole's requesting that we have a stream where Steven tries to make the beat chest brute work.
I hate that you have to discard a bajillion cards. It makes no sense. It never has.
We'll call him the Brute of Wall Street.
Okay, next Brutal Warrior. That's a Brutal Warrior.
Oh, you can now escape through the back hatch.
Mm-hmm.
Bye, John.
See, dude. So there's no way for me to block except with cards.
Yeah. It's an unfortunate reality, isn't it?
Okay, so that's okay. So we've got to do, we can put together 4 here, basically. We can put together 5. We can put together 5. Okay. 3, 4, 5. No. Dang it. It's also... I don't even know if I like playing this game anymore. It's like a freaking... It's just a mind meld.
I mean, I think if you go from like not playing any Fab at all,
Yeah. Gotta learn the set. Gotta learn the set.
you're just like, yeah, it's all new cards, but
It's deep, man.
it really is.
It's heavy. You don't realize it. When you're early on, you're playing those Welcome to Wraith games, it's like, okay, I kind of got this, and then you play it a bunch, and then you get really great at it.
Yeah.
You know?
But that's always the line they have. Every game has to straddle.
Absolutely.
It's like, how do you, people playing it every day all the time, how do you keep them engaged while also not making it so much that someone new walking in is just overwhelmed?
Create agility, but you've got to use the agility that you create. So that would be 2.
That's right,
and
Jesse.
2.
Jesse's saying, me asking about the Might token is just like when I asked this week after winning sorcerer games for years whether or not he could attack sites with untapped enemies on them. Or with tapped enemies on them. It's a nuance, you know.
The hand just doesn't work. It just doesn't work. I want it to work real bad. It's fine. It's fine, actually. We've come to a conclusion. Block 3, take 1.
Got him. Been trying to get that one more damage in for so long. Make your head spin.
Oh, yeah. That's a good one.
Trying to just give you reasons to let me do one, you know?
Mm-hmm.
You just wouldn't have it. Fine, bully.
All right, let's go lead with speed. 2 floating, make an agility token. Where are those? Agility token, and then pay for my sins effectively. I'm actually going to do this. I'm going to send this because I'm so worried.
Thanos, I'm going to be honest. I think I have way more fun watching people play Fab than I do actually playing it now. That's how I felt about basketball. I'm old.
Let's send this for 8.
No Gogan, no Overpower.
No,
You have
dude.
Gogan?
No.
No, that's next
Pops
turn.
at the start of the turn.
Oh, bummer. Okay. 8, he says.
I need more brute attacks. It needs to be nothing but brute attacks.
I'm gonna block 7. And when I block here, we're gonna clash.
Oh, yeah?
The winner gets a gold token. Blank.
6.
You get a gold token.
Thanks, buddy.
I'll take 1.
Where's the gold?
It's all here. I'll give you this. I'll put a 2 on mine.
What a flex. Oh, it's all over here.
I just have all of it. I'm sorry. My bad. Did I do that? Did I do that?
You can fatigue me for sure. I've got 5 cards left.
No, we're going there.
Yeah.
I'm gonna spend 2 on a gold and draw a card. And then I'm gonna pay 1 for rising energy for 6.
Right.
Right.
You didn't pop in agility or anything?
No, I didn't. I'll let you know.
Okay, thanks.
When I have the agility, I'll actually just grab this card and put it out here for you.
Thanks. Okay. I want more armor right now. I really do.
Looks like a 2-card block to me. 3 cards?
It's the freaking brute problem, man. You gotta have 8 cards in your hand to do anything worth anything.
Yeah, if you're getting this end game grind, you're in a bad way.
They're not grinders. They gotta win instantly.
They need to win big,
They need to
too.
win big.
Yeah.
You gotta manage your big moments. Okay, then let's do our best. We'll get fatigue faster here. And we'll just block 5 because you demand 2 cards no matter what way around it goes. And we won't be able to follow up with the agility token unless we'll do that. Who's laughing now? Block with 2 and then discard for 5.
You got it. Take 1.
Yeah. All right, we got agility. We've got a gold token still, so that's something. I'm just gonna take a risk here. Wage agility, pitch that, draw a card with the gold, and then pitch yellow for wage gold with go again. 6 with go again. I'm not going to wager a gold token there.
Let's block here. Go to reactions.
Okay.
I'll give it +3.
Take 1.
Yep.
Okay. And then claw for 3. Come on in. Water's fine, man. Water's fine.
I'll take 3.
Love it. Over to you.
You have 2 life.
2 life to live.
I'm just gonna wage gold for 5.
Okay.
And I will not bet a gold.
For 5.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm at 2.
My hope is that you have to block with at least 2 cards.
That is a reasonable bet. But I do have some
tricks.
No.
Some
No,
options.
Not really. No.
I do have some. I have nothing.
I've got nothing. Block 4? Block 4?
Take 1.
1. Yikes. Let's go
What up, Ty?
pack hunt, intimidate. For 4.
No cards in hand. I do see that lunge and press.
Just sending that back around, baby.
How many cards in deck? Ask for a friend.
I don't know, man. Can you do you have to count them? It's 4 of those bad boys in it.
Okay, so you won't have a lunge and press next round.
How many cards you got?
3 in deck.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I'll block 4.
Okay. Earned it.
Alright. Get this card back. Alright. London Press in deck, 4 cards in hand. Let's get a Might and a Vigor from this thing.
Oh, those cards have go again.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Pint of Strongest Out is
I did not realize.
level. Then I'll play Adrenaline Rush. It's only for 4. I've been waiting for a moment.
It's still 2 cards. So
That's the beauty of the system.
Doesn't much
here.
matter to them.
What up, Ben? James said, "You hitting that all blue pitch deck again?"
Wild. Okay. Okay. Yeah, block 5.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Been fabbed.
How many you got? 4?
4 in hand, yeah. Sorry, I was thinking about how much I was going to block for. Oh, man. So good.
Wage might for 6. I'm going to wager a might token.
So you're going to be able to block for 3 next time. We love to see it. A might token?
Mm-hmm.
That's a +1 bad boy?
Mm-hmm. That's the one.
All right. And you are wagering it.
I'm wagering, baby. And this crazy Ben Riley. I love this. You played a TCG without sleeves? This TCG deserves to go down. Just kidding. I didn't even know the game existed until recently. Can you imagine? Like, it's so funny. Fab has been such a part of our existence.
Yeah. To not even know
To
about
not
it.
even know. Yeah.
I'll block 6.
You got the might. I figure 1's as good as 2. I'm going to have to block it anyway.
Yeah. Be -1 and +2. I'm gonna hammer for 5.
No, I blocked 5.
One card left.
And lose.
So that's good old Fab right there.
That's old-fashioned flesh and blood.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of things learned going into this set. Three classes with some amount of generics and some amount of split cards, with 2 heroes in each class is like, and it started with Tales of Aria, but we only had 3 heroes, but they had the talents that would go 2 directions, like the lightning or earth or whatever. And then Outsiders kind of replicated it, but we got 2 of each hero, and it was assassin, ninja, ranger, and then there were multi-class cards. From a limited perspective, even from the limited pool, because I recently did a Welcome to Wraith Sealed, actually.
Cool.
This feels probably both for draft and sealed way better.
Closer.
Yeah.
What do you think about, I think, Flesh and Blood was such a tight system when it was launched. The ability to expand it into new places. I think I remember early conversation of like, how are they going to get around like 0 for 4, 0 for 4 go again, just kind of being the standard without breaking things open. What do you think about the tokens?
All these tokens?
Yeah. We've seen that now. We've seen a lot of the idea that you're building a board more in the game than we were doing in the early 3 to 6 sets.
Yeah.
Aside from Prism.
I mean, I've never been a huge fan of the build a board stuff because that's just not really what is appealing about Fab to me. So I always didn't like Prism.
Does the equation get too linear though if you don't have that element? Like, is it too obvious to just look at the 4 cards in your hand without factoring, well, if I get a Might token and I draw these cards next turn, then it will buff this in a certain kind of way, Like, you need that level of not so obvious in the game.
Yeah. I mean, I think the more... Someone mentioned a quote from Brian earlier, but I think the more it's hit effects that can... I think hit effects that work on offense or defense is really interesting space to me.
It is, yeah. It's kind of
because the whole game, that interaction, whether something hits or not, is Fab to me. And so incentivizing blocking is a fine line to walk. Like, you want to incentivize it, but you don't want to make blocking so good that just blocking is the right call.
That's also scary.
But that's not what this is. Like, it's not just like...
Not in sealed.
Even in constructed, like... A lot of times your deck is so synergistic that there's no like blocking. The blocking math is just worse.
Yeah.
Unless it's like a hit effect that's just like gross. So I think that is fun, and it's in this. I was gonna say it's heavy in this set because so many of the cards do it. But I'm curious how many constructed decks and play them and how many they play.
Yeah.
But I do like the idea of like. Victor is a gold-based guardian, and so like that opens up lanes, and I think that the whole Living Legend hero system can make it feel fresh without the cards having to feel that way all the time. But you do still need to keep releasing cards.
Yeah, I actually liked the tokens were fun to just. It's fun to go into the turn and say, I'm swinging for 8, Vigor token on the line. And then, you've got to crunch it and be like, well, a Vigor token next turn for me would maybe do this to unlock this. So now I can block with 2 cards and an armor and still swing back 7 with a 1 cost or whatever. Like, those kinds of things are actually very, very interesting. And I think if I was in the mindset of constructed and I was thinking I'm building a Bolton deck and I need to know how to play against Victor and play against Betsy and like understand how to play against these heroes that are doing a lot of this wagering, it would be a lot more conducive to understanding than where, like you said, everything is wagering all the time. And then it's like, okay, is that a wagering card? And no, is that a clash card? And all those kinds of things. But I think the format is great. I mean, you're just swinging attacks at each other and trying to chain things together that are greater than the sum of their parts.
And I do think, obviously, with these, like with anything in Fab, I found myself a couple times where even if you could block me out, the tokens you would get wouldn't do anything because if you use all your cards, you don't have them. And then inherently, you should be better at using the upside of whatever it is. So, like, if you're wagering a lot of gold, they should be worth more to you than they are your opponent.
Yeah.
And so, like, yes, it incentivizes them to block, but because they're costing you a hit effect and they're getting something. But, there's a lot of decks that a gold wouldn't matter that much to.
Yeah.
Like if you're Bravo and you got the perfect hand.
I kind of looked at it here. It's like, well, what does that do for me?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's really fun. It's really fun space. I think, if this is maybe the stabilizing of Fab post Aria, this may well be what we're seeing. I see that comment from Shuichi there. Tangent. I think it deserves a lot of credit, but doing the things necessary to bring the power down and construct it. It's been a process, but I think we're there. Yeah. That some of these heroes are topping tables. We may have gotten that really got crazy, and now it's kind of gotten back, and this feels like more fundamentals are coming back into play. And so, like, maybe we're there.
Yeah.
Maybe it's stable.
And I think that was had to have been a really tough choice. Yeah. Because I think there's two parts to this. One is we had a long time where new heroes were coming out and they were not good in that meta.
They weren't strong enough, rather. Yeah.
But now that a lot of those heroes have gone away, that were above the current curve, this set comes out and it feels like for the first time, the heroes coming out are at the level where the game is at immediately.
Yeah, right there.
But that's like it was like a year plus of having to release sets where heroes on the surface are probably behind where the meta's at.
I wonder how much of a decision that actively was, right?
Yeah.
Where it's behind closed doors, like, listen, for the next year and a half, it's going to be tough, but we're going to get there if we can hold out.
And you just don't know, the other part is you don't know how long it's actually going to take for that to be true. Because you may think that that's what's happening, but if the living legend points are spread out enough, like, those heroes could have lasted a long. But we, literally last April to October was Lexi.
Yeah.
And it took that whole time of her being on top.
The boss.
Yeah. So that's a decision. I do think it's at a good spot. I think the theme of the set's good. I think the classes in the set are good. Everything I'm hearing about the limited piece is very positive, from casual all the way up to like super competitive players. So like seems like
a home run of the set.
Yeah.
Well, you guys have any thoughts about heavy hitters? We're happy to take a look at that. This is cool. I've never seen the lighting actually like this in this room at the 5 o'clock hour. You see the window grate coming through on that side? That's pretty tight. That's really cool. Yeah, the sun's actually moving. It's real windows. Heavy hitters seems great. Thank you for joining us for the MetaZoo conversation. That was a good time, and we hope to continue unpacking those kinds of things. I'm going to look up organic collectability versus forced scarcity or something like that.
Yes.
I like that as an idea. Moot is saying that Kayo just won its first big event.
That was yesterday. Battlehard.
So one arm slot and +1. Are they using Mandible Claw, or is there a better one-hander?
I think it was Mandible Claw, because the clubs are all 2.
Yeah, 2 for 3. Okay, 2 for 3 is good. It's always good in Fab. So much to learn coming into a new set. It's absolutely nothing. Absolutely like overwhelming. Not nothing, overwhelming.
Yeah, it's easy to take for granted if you just start knee deep in Fab all the time.
Yeah,
we ran into that with Bright Lights. We were playing that. It was just like, there's a lot going on.
Yeah,
here.
What's going on here? And I'd been in the sorcery brain, and that's like a totally different,
way less world. Going on. Yeah, but if you're going to be the greatest competitive game in the world, you need a little bit going on.
Yeah, totally. This is what it's built for. Like, it's how it's supposed to feel. A couple of comments here. We'll finish up and then get on out of here. Saw Nathaniel Dalton saying it was Yuki. She had Mandible Claw, but Heavy has more single-handed weapons.
Makes sense.
So, of course, Yuki's in the finals. And Gree, hey, thank you so much for the quick summary of MetaZoo. That was a great little summary there, and we hope you'll stick around on the Discord being our historian. Finally, Timothy Lee, where do you think the set ranks on your favorite of all time? Now, that's impossible. I haven't had I played Welcome to Wraith so much.
A lot.
We were just, and you got to this is, when the game first comes out and everybody's like discovering it and learning it together and cracking open these strategies you hadn't considered, and oh my gosh, swing the weapon and I got to block, but then if I block too much, it's fatigue, and having these theories spin out. That is hard to imagine a more exciting time for any expandable game than those first 1 to 3 sets.
Yeah.
That's just the way that it works.
Well, we were talking the other day about what makes something special. And it's like the first year or two of anything you're doing, any game like this is probably it's what you're going to look back on with nostalgia and like, you're learning it, obsession. We were constantly talking about it.
Yeah, 100%. I would say I still rank Monarch higher than this. I'm a huge fan of Monarch. Just huge fan of Monarch. I love the theme. I love the light versus dark. I loved the heroes in that set. I thought it was a fun experience to play. Probably, I would put like first block of Fab is all the same to me in my brain because I kind of all played it at the same time when we discovered it. Then Monarch. I think this is my favorite set since Monarch. Thematically and mechanically.
I really liked Tales of Aria.
Mm-hmm.
The art, the theme, Briar.
You like it over Monarch?
Yeah.
Where does this rank compared?
My problem with Monarch is we had draft for Monarch for Nationals this last year.
Mm-hmm.
And after about 2 or 3 days of testing that, I did not want to draft that anymore.
Yeah.
Back in the day, I loved drafting it.
I never drafted Monarch. It was all sealed for me.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But like, Chain's not my favorite Rune Blade.
Mm-hmm.
I have a lot of PTSD from Prism. Yeah. So, but Aria was just like, I just love that. The elemental piece.
See, I think Oldhim and Aria, and I'm like, I'm out.
Yeah. Well, I just played Briar, so I didn't care.
No thanks.
And
Lexi, like you think Lexi and Oldhim, and you're like, that's my set.
Yeah, but we also have Briar, who was the most busted originally.
Yeah.
So, strikes and gutters.
So I think it's right up there in the top 3, top 4 sets off the face of it.
Yeah, from a just enjoyable, balanced, limited perspective, I won't be surprised if this is it.
And honestly, you know why? It's because Fab was built as a game to be a gladiatorial slap fest and everybody getting tired at the end. 3
of the OG classes, too.
Yeah.
There's no magic. It's just fighting.
That's right.
Anyways, good times.
Well, thanks y'all for joining us. We appreciate you being here. It really does mean a lot to us, especially through a long stream like this. And we hope you join us next Monday. We also hope you join us this Wednesday for a special Earthborne stream. Same time, 1 p.m. Central. We'll be looking at some player cards from the upcoming expansion on the Gamefound that is currently live. Love that game. Check that one out if you haven't. And we'll see you next time. Till then, keep playing.